Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the following motion, which is to record the thanks of the Senate of Kenya on Kenya's attempt for the position of the chairperson of the African Union chairperson. Recalling that the African Union, AU, the successor to the Organization of African Union, was launched in 2002 as a continental body consisting of 55 member states that make up countries of the African continent, with the vision of creating an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. Aware that the African Union Commission, AUC, was established as a secretariat responsible for the operations and activities of the AU, headed by the chairperson elected by the heads of states and government from member states. Recalling that on 27th of February 2024, Kenya formally announced the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, EGH, will be vying for the position of chairperson for the African Union Commission, noting that regionally he served as the African Union Special Envoy for Infrastructure Development. His Excellency the President endorsed Right Honorable Raila Odinga as Kenya's candidate for the chairperson of the African Union Commission, noting that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga's candidature for the position of the chairperson was not only his personal ambition, but also a symbol of Kenya's deep commitment to the goals of the African Union and its desire to participate in shaping the continent's future. Commending the government of Kenya, led by His Excellency the President, for a robust campaign in support of the candidate, reinforced by the continental integration and cooperation and guided by Kenya's foreign policy. Further commending the remarkable achievement by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga for emerging the runner-up in the election of the chairperson of the African Union Commission on Saturday the 15th of February 2025. Recognizing the need to sustain Kenya's growing prominence on the continental stage and advocacy for a more united, prosperous, self-reliant Africa in resonance with the aspirations of millions of Africans who seek to see the continent empowered to chart its own course in the global arena. Now, therefore, the Senate, 1, expresses its profound thanks to the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, EGH, for demonstrating unwavering commitment to the service of Africa by offering his candidature for the position of chairperson of the African Union Commission, for his leadership in advancing Pan-African unity, for his dedication to the development and integration of the African continent, and for his distinguished attempt at the election. Second, records its thanks to His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, for endorsing the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, EGH, as Kenya's candidate for election as a chairperson of African Union, and for coordinating the campaign in support of his candidature. And 3, records its congratulations to His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf on his election as the chairperson of the Commission on Saturday, the 15th of February, 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important motion because the Senate must be recorded as having had a voice post the events of Addis, Saturday, the 15th, 2025. Because Kenyans will want to know 20, 30, 40, 50 years later, as students of history, on what leaders of this House thought of the candidature of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and second and most importantly, whether we appreciated that even standing up to the stage and taking on the continent of Africa, seeking the support of the more than 48 heads of states and governments, Mr. Speaker, and securing the support of nearly half of them is no mean achievement. Never minding the fact, Mr. Speaker, that unfortunately we didn't clinch this position as a country. Mr. Speaker, you know there has been very many speculations on reasons. I've seen people say various things. So Senator Wambua's party leader weigh in. I've seen my good friend Senator Onyonka on TV shows. You know, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I hold the view that we can only opine about what may have led and what may not have worked well in this campaign. But it will be impossible to tell. Let nobody lie to the country that they are able to tell which countries voted in favor or against. Therefore, these theories that are being advanced here, oh, Sadak, I think that's what Senator Onyonka was saying, or this or the other, you cannot tell, because this was a secret ballot, Senator Onyonka. We watched from the floors of AU as people did cast their vote. Presidents were being handed a secret ballot. In fact, many of them, by the time of voting, had actually long left the room. So the vote was cast by either their foreign affairs ministers or vice presidents for those countries that had been represented. Therefore, it's not possible to accurately tell which country. You know, Mr. Speaker, in this day and age of fake news, people can fall victim to so many shenanigans and theories that are banding around, Mr. Speaker. But you cannot accurately predict and say country X, Y, or Z, not even if you are a handwriting specialist. Unless, Senator Onyonka, you know President Ramaphosa's handwriting, then you can say, I saw that one and I think I know how he here. By people who simply disagree with the candidature of Raila Odinga. We need to mature and rise to the position of knowing that our local differences need not necessarily be exported to the global stage and show to everybody that we don't agree with this particular person or the other. I believe that in the same way, once an election is done, for example, in your county, and people grant you the opportunity to serve as senator for County X, Mr. Speaker, all the other people queue behind you, and you represent their interest here in the Senate. There's no need to undercut and undermine each other. It's a retrogressive practice that is continuing to gain bad reputation. And unfortunately, it is supported by certain leaders who don't see beyond petty partisan politics, Mr. Speaker, who believe that it is good to cheer on young people, even as they malign their own country online in the global stage, thinking that it will power their popularity. You know, this addiction to clickbaits, Mr. Speaker, and trying to be favored and loved online is what will bring down many a political career. Mr. Speaker, we must always appreciate and know that there is a line between being democratic, expressing your views of disagreement or agreement with a particular position, and being outright, Mr. Speaker, foul with your language and abusive of other people in their pursuit of their interests. It broke my heart, for example, Mr. Speaker, to see certain people celebrating, including leaders. I must add that, unfortunately, some of them sit in this house, Mr. Speaker, posting messages and saying, oh, I'm glad so-and-so lost. Really? In the 21st century? That was a new law for me, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister Raila Odinga, you don't have to agree with him politically, but he has earned his space. He has made his mark. You may never have voted for him in your life, or like me, you may have voted for him once or twice, Mr. Speaker, but do we really have to sink that low as a country where even leaders, Mr. Speaker, post messages of celebration and saying, oh, we are glad you didn't do this or the other? I want to urge us as a country that perhaps it is time we pause and draw a line and realize that what is a fine line between politics? What are the things that you can agree on? What are the things that you can disagree on, Mr. Speaker? How do we learn to coexist with each other? What is this negative energy that has permeated our country so much, Mr. Speaker, that even on such solemn issues that can easily bring together a country, Mr. Speaker, we want to disagree on? Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to dwell much on the things that haven't gone right. This is about a celebration of a Kenyan who stepped up on the Continental stage and did us proud. The results notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker. And as a Kenyan, I felt proud watching him in Addis, making his presentation, meeting with other heads of state, listening and following to the more than 20 heads of states, nearly half of Africa, who stood with him up to the 6th round, Mr. Speaker, and voting and insisting that this is a man that needs to lead our continent, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is to congratulate the gentleman that was elected, because in any election, there is a winner and a loser. Only that in this case, in my humble view, Africa lost, Mr. Speaker. It's not Raila that lost. Africa would have been served better by this statesman, Mr. Speaker. But because in any democratic process, we have been taught and must appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that the person that the majority have had their say and their view is that that person takes the lead, Mr. Speaker, then that particular individual, Mr. Speaker, this time being His Excellency Mohamed Ali Yusuf, we are duty bound to congratulate him. The last thing, Mr. Speaker, that I want to say, because I want to grant this opportunity to other senators also to share their thoughts on it, is that I know President William Ruto was asked by the rest of the African heads of states, I think last year, in last year's summit, to lead the charge on reforms of the AU. I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, that part of the recommendations that they will be making is one on the issue of how to make Africa a more cohesive society while taking into consideration the diverse nature of our society, especially in terms of region, language, and religion. I want to believe that it is possible, Mr. Speaker, to either force people or make it, you tweak the rules as such that it is possible that the chairperson and the vice chairperson are people that are elected that represent, if not the three of those demographics, at least two of them, Mr. Speaker. You know, for example, from our constitution, you must give it to the genius that insisted on the 50% plus one rule. And therefore, they have forced the politician to form alliances. Otherwise, if it had been left to simple majority, Mr. Speaker, you never know what will have happened in this country. People will have long disappeared into tribal cocoons and mobilized themselves along those lines. But because of that ingenuity, introducing a rule to the game, ensuring that for you, for example, to be elected president of Kenya, you must have the support of at least half of the people that... Is my time up? Okay. I think I need to wind up. The point I'm making is that in the reforms that are being proposed before the AU, it is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that we will capture that particular complication so that the Anglophones or we don't have a divide of the Christians versus Muslims, because I've seen people try to speculate. I mentioned earlier about lists that are being circulated about which countries voted for or against, Mr. Speaker, that it is possible to tweak the rules such that at least at the level of the chair and the vice chair, and if possible even at the level of the commissioners, Mr. Speaker, you have a representation of diversity, despite the fact that this is an election and sometimes you cannot control certain decisions. But at least have a sense of, in the outcome of the process, that every African will feel part and parcel, whether they are Francophone, Anglophone, Portuguese speaking, Swahili speaking, Christian or Muslim, Mr. Speaker, from the north or south, east or west of this continent, Mr. Speaker. Nonetheless, this was a good showing. I want to believe that as leaders, there are many things that we have learned from this particular exercise, how our society can become better, and therefore I want to yield the floor, Mr. Speaker, to listen to the views of those who agree with me, those who disagree with me. I am willing to listen and learn. I have shared my thoughts on why I think it is a lie to try and perpetuate that a particular region voted this or the other way. But maybe there are people who have ways of establishing which country voted in favor, which region did do this or the other. I want to yield the floor to listen to those particular people, Mr. Speaker. With those many remarks, I want to request the Senator for Homa Bay, none other than Senator Moses Kajwang, Chairperson of PAC, son of Suba, Mr. Speaker, to second this motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair CPAC, Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this motion with a lot of pride. And I want to congratulate the Leader of Majority for seeing it fit to bring this matter to the Senate, for the Senate to express its thanks and compliments to the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, President William Ruto, and the new chair of the Africa Union Commission. Mr. Speaker, Raila Odinga was Kenya's best that we sent to the continental stage. And Mr. Speaker, every other time that a Kenyan is out there on the international or continental stage, I remember when Faith Kipyegon was breaking the 1,500-meter world record, all Kenyans stood up in unison to cheer Faith Kipyegon. I remember David Rudisha, the great run that he made to win the 800-meter championship. I think, Mr. Speaker, that record has not been broken. All Kenyans rose in unison to celebrate a great Kenyan. I remember even, I think she's called Beatrice Chebet, who broke the 5,000-meter world record and went ahead to break the 10,000-meter female world record. Kenyans stood up in unison and cheered on Faith Beatrice Chebet. That is the attitude and spirit with which we ought to approach the attempt by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga to become the chair of the Africa Union Commission. Mr. Speaker, I want to report to the House that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, at this very moment, is in very good spirit, is in very good health, is unbowable, is unwalkable, is indefatigable, and is still committed to making Kenya a great nation. There are those who think that by throwing barbs at him online, composing small inchas and compositions, that they are going to deter the fighting spirit, the indomitable spirit of our enigma, Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, please take your time, relax, make phone calls to your fellow leaders across Africa, thank them for the vote they gave you, take time to reflect, and when you come back home, let no one try to direct Raila Odinga on which direction he should take or on which action he should take. He is a man who knows only one thing, and what he knows is what is best for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank President William Ruto. It is not taken for granted that when a Kenyan comes up to run for a continental position, that the government will support that Kenyan. And Mr. Speaker, just next door, we have a friend of ours called Olaro Tunu. Olaro Tunu at some point ran for the Secretary General of the United Nations. Olaro Tunu was originally Ugandan by nationality, but because of local competition, Olaro Tunu ran for the UN Secretary General position as an Ivorian citizen and not as a Ugandan citizen. Why? Because the government did not see it fit to support him. A Ugandan could take the citizenship of another country to run for a global position. Mr. Speaker, if we didn't have mature politics in this country, you would have found a situation where Raila Odinga is running for chair of the AUC with a South Sudanese citizenship or with a Ugandan citizenship. But William Ruto took this as Project Kenya. It was not Project William Ruto. This was Project Kenya. This was Kenya sending their best son to the continental stage. And William Ruto, we thank you because you walked the talk. You walked with the candidate. You opened doors for the candidate, and you allowed Raila Odinga, despite the political competition, to be a candidate for Kenya rather than a candidate for any political formation. I want to urge the government of Kenya and also urge this House. Mr. Speaker, the sessional paper on Kenya's foreign policy was laid on the table of this House last week by the leader of majority. We now have an opportunity to weigh in on Kenya's foreign policy. I know that my colleague, Senator for Kisii, Senator Onyonka, is one of the most exposed and experienced diplomats in this House, having served as an assistant minister for foreign affairs. Honorable members, you have an opportunity to weigh in on Kenya's foreign policy. And I want to request the Speaker to direct the relevant committee, I think it will be the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, if not the Foreign Relations Committee, that they must bring back a report to this House. They must scrutinize that sessional paper. They must get views from experts. They must look at it and confirm that Kenya is adopting a foreign policy that is pragmatic. That was the position of the founding fathers of this nation. They said we face neither east nor west, but they said we are going to face the direction where the wind will blow in our sails. And that should be the position that this generation takes. There is nothing fashionable about being seen as pro-American or being seen as pro-Chinese. Those are constructs that do not matter to us. We shall face the direction that adds value to the lives of the people of Kenya, the direction that is willing to partner with us in achieving our developmental objectives, and the direction that is respectful to the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, that then should also ensure that, even I heard some people say that we should withdraw from the Africa Union, we should draw from global commitments. Mr. Speaker, we should never make the mistakes that we saw the Brits do with Brexit. They are regretting it today. We should never make the irresponsible decisions that we have seen the Americans doing under Trump, saying that they're withdrawing from the World Health Organization, they're withdrawing from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, they're withdrawing from the Kyoto Protocol. We cannot go for isolation. We cannot go for a situation where we are left alone as pariahs in the global world order. We shall continue supporting and fulfilling our international obligations, be it at the Africa Union level, be it at the East Africa Community level, where Kenya is the current chair. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to congratulate Djibouti that their candidate is now the chair of the Africa Union Commission. I do not know much about the gentleman who has been elected to that position, but as you have said, this election was not just about the individuals, it was about the nationalities that fronted those individuals. Mr. Speaker, as has been said by the Leader of Majority, our President now has been given a rare opportunity to propose reforms at the Africa Union Commission. Mr. Speaker, I also recall that a good friend of this House, Ambassador Amayo. Ambassador Amayo is a good friend to this House because every time and everywhere he was posted, be it in London, be it in Washington, whenever a Senate delegation came, he welcomed the Senate delegation. He was unlike many ambassadors who look with contempt at members of parliament. And Honorable Speaker, I can confirm that everywhere I found Ambassador Amayo, he was very respectful to parliament. He is also now Kenya's representative to the Africa Union for reforms, and that is a seasoned diplomat. I hope, working together with President Ruto, they'll be able to deal with the key issues that need to be transformed at the Africa Union Commission. In Africa, Mr. Speaker, there are still a lot of challenges that we now must ask the new Africa Union Commission chair to settle down and not to be drawn into Kenya's political and toxic social media wars, that he should now settle down and deal with the key challenges that are facing Africa. When Kenya proposed Right Honorable Raila Odinga to be the chair of the commission, we knew that the challenge that was ahead of us. In Africa, the commission or the Africa Union has a target to silence the guns in Africa. Unfortunately, the guns are raging even louder. They are raging in Sudan. They are raging in Somalia. They are raging in Nigeria in the fight against Boko Haram. Mr. Speaker, the guns are not silent in Africa. That is what we are now challenging the new chair of the commission to get down to business too, and not to go around in political rallies in Djibouti trying to rub it in that Kenya did not get that position. Mr. Speaker, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area was a matter or an idea that was excellent. It was mooted just around the time of COVID. Today, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Mr. Speaker, is non-operational because sovereign states are still unwilling to deal with the tariff and non-tariff barriers. They are still unwilling to align their legislation to build one common market in Africa. Mr. Speaker, within the Africa Union Commission or within the African territory, we have a coup belt that is running from West Africa through the Sahel, coming into Central Africa, and if you are not careful, it will go all the way to the Indian Ocean. Mr. Speaker, it is said that in Africa, you can travel from West to East Africa, going through countries that have got military dictatorships and leaderships that came to office through coup d'etats. That is the reason why the Africa Union was established, to deter leaders from taking over power through coup d'etats. Flights are still very expensive in Africa. If you want to go to West Africa, you have the unfortunate situation where sometimes you have to go to Doha or to Dubai for you to be able to land in Accra or to land in Guinea-Conakry. Mr. Speaker, those are the challenges that we expect that the new commission chair will deal with. Mr. Speaker, I want to finalize by urging fellow senators and urging all Kenyans that having seen the situation and the terrain in the African continent, let us now turn to our country and make our country great. Mr. Speaker, the phrase, love your neighbor as you love yourself, appears in the Bible not just once. It appears 3 times. It appears in the book of Leviticus, the book of Mark, and the book of Matthew. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. We cannot love Africa more than we love Kenya. This is a time for us to come back to Kenya and make Kenya great again. Mr. Speaker, we need to make Kenya great again. And I, as a leader of the Homa Bay delegation, am willing to partner and work with all the leaders in this republic who are willing to make Kenya great again. We are not going to make Kenya great through negative ethnicity. We are not going to make Kenya great through division. We are not going to make Kenya great through revisionism, where we want to go back to history and dwell on the justices or injustices that have been committed to us. Mr. Speaker, we will only be respected in Africa if we build a strong economy. Our economy is not growing at the rate that will make Kenya a superpower in Africa. We cannot afford to be growing at 4 or 5% when Tanzania is growing at 7%. We must put all our thoughts our attention and efforts on growing an economy, and the least metric should be 7% annual growth. That is when we'll be respected. We have this misconceived notion that Kenya is still a great economy. We could be great now, but Mr. Speaker, if you remember the mathematics of approaching speed, there are smaller economies that are approaching us at a higher speed than we are moving. And if we are not careful, we'll be the smallest economy in East Africa. Mr. Speaker, we must spend on our military, and this is a conversation we must have. We are spending only 1% of our GDP on the military, and yet we are seeing guns pointed at Kenya from all corners. We are seeing drones pointed at Kenya from all corners. Mr. Speaker, the war in Syria has confirmed that your enemy does not need to be your neighbor, that Turkey can hammer Syria from wherever they are, that even Kenya can be hammered from Yemen, Kenya can be hammered from the UAE. This is a time for us to ask ourselves, is our military getting the right budgetary allocation? And are they making the right decisions with those budgets? Mr. Speaker, every time we go for a public holiday, we see those jets flying past. And to be honest, Mr. Speaker, since I was a little child, it is the same jets I've been seeing flying past. I wonder if there was a serious strife or any battle between Kenya and a neighboring state, whether those jets will be airworthy or whether they'll be able to go and attack the enemy. We must have that conversation. This idea of saying that the military is a closed black box that we cannot talk about, if we have a weak military, no one is going to give us respect. You have seen instances where, in the old saying, that the tail can wag a dog. You are seeing a tiny country, and I'm not going to mention names, a tiny country being able to ambush, attack, invade, and overthrow the president of another country which is 100 times its size. Mr. Speaker, this is a conversation we must have. We must come back to our education system. At some point, Kenya was a regional superpower because of our advanced education system. You had Ugandan professors coming to teach here. You had children coming from other countries to study in Kenya. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why diaspora remittances is our highest forex earner, because we trained and built a very strong pool of professionals. Mr. Speaker, I am willing to partner with a government that is willing to look at the CBC and to make the right decisions to make the CBC fit for purpose so that our education system still becomes attractive to the region. Mr. Speaker, our health sector, people from Tanzania a long time ago, they used to ask, why should you go to London for treatment when you can come to Nairobi Hospital? Why should you go to Germany when you can come to Aga Khan? Or when you can come to even Kenyatta National Hospital, Mr. Speaker, at some point was attracting tourists, medical tourists from the region. Those are the quiet ways of strengthening yourself on the continental stage, Mr. Speaker. It is not about how loud you are on Twitter. It is not, there's this thing called KOT, Kenyans on Twitter or Kenyans online. You only project strength through certain attributes, not noise making and not attacking other people online. Mr. Speaker, we need to go back to our transport sector. Our comparative advantage as a country, part of it is our location. It is geography that allows us to have a port, almost midway from North to Southern Africa. The port of Mombasa is a gift from God. Our location is a gift from God. Mr. Speaker, we must modernize the port. And I am willing to encourage this government that if we cannot get civil servants and bureaucrats who can modernize that port, then we'd rather seek a strategic partner, Mr. Speaker. Of course, a strategic partner procured in a transparent and open manner. Mr. Speaker, we have gone with the liaison committee to Dubai. We went to DP World. And some members here, we went to DP World, they told us the kind of operations they're running all over the world. They're running ports in Manchester, they're running ports in China, they're running ports in the US. And us, we want to turn our ports into theaters for appointment of tribal and political loyalists. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to make it. Kenya Airways has been the pride of Africa, but of late it has become the shame of Kenya. Kenya Airways is another form of expression of strength on the continental stage. But, Mr. Speaker, every time we travel, even members in this House would prefer to travel to fly Ethiopian, Emirates, Qatar, and not Kenya Airways. These are the fundamentals we must come back to. An SGR we built terminated nowhere in some field in Naivasha. How can you have an SGR that terminates in some place in Sus, in Suswa, and yet there is no last mile for connectivity. We must put money, even if we are taking a loan, Mr. Speaker. I will support a loan request for extension of the SGR from Suswa to go all the way to Kisumu, to go all the way to Malaba, to go all the way to Uganda. That is how we can be relevant to the people of Uganda, not by shouting, but providing connectivity to them. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to urge the relevant committee that our foreign policy must be examined by this House. I want to urge the people of Kenya that when a Kenyan is out there on the international stage, we have an obligation to cheer them on. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, you are going to have a situation where one day Faith Kipyegon is breaking a world record, and half of Kenya is cheering, and another half is not cheering Faith Kipyegon because she comes from the same village as the president. That is where we are heading to. You will have an untidy situation where Harambee Stars is playing and scoring goals. Half of Kenya is cheering, and the other half is not cheering because the team has Ogola, Otieno, Onyango, Wafula, Wekesa. We cannot build a country that is that petty. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge that this conversation in this House will be different from the conversation we had yesterday in the other House, and it will be different from the conversation we have had elsewhere. Because when it comes to issues of the original sin, we have a lot to say about the original sin in this country. The first deputy president to be thrown out of office without ceremony was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga picked himself up. He did not go inciting hateful tribal sentiments. He went and formed the Kenya People's Union. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was put in house detention. His son Raila Odinga was in detention for 8 years, fighting for this country. When he left detention, he didn't come out bitter. He didn't build artificial warriors and soldiers. He did a handshake with President Moi, which was unthinkable because for him, he was concerned about making Kenya great. There are people who have suffered in this country. And I don't want to make parallels. I don't want to draw comparisons because then we will be trying revisionism. Mr. Speaker, let us focus on making Kenya great. And negative ethnicity, the divisions that we are seeing, the belittling of certain communities that we are seeing, even in parliament and out there on the social media, is not going to work for this country. So, Speaker, I want to assure you that as perhaps one of the longest-serving members in this House on this side, and as you know, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to opposition, we know all the tricks and we have the stamina. We shall work together with a government that is committed to making Kenya great again. William Ruto, do not be distracted into negative ethnic conversation. Make Kenya great. Fix our military, fix our economy, fix our logistics, fix our health, fix our education. Make Kenya truly a Silicon Savannah. And you will have the unlimited support of Senator Moses Kajwang, the ODM Brigade, and by extension, Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, I second.
The member can open the floor for debate. Recalling that the African Union, the successor to the Organization of African Unity (AU), was launched in 2002 as a continental body consisting of 55 member states that make up the countries of the African continent, peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. Aware that the African Union Commission, AUC, was established as the secretariat responsible for the operations and activities of the AU, headed by the chairperson elected by heads of state and government from member states. Recalling that on 27 February 2024, Kenya formally announced that the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, NGH, would be vying for the position of chairperson of the African Union, noting that regionally he served as the African Union Special Envoy for Infrastructure Development. HE, the President, His Excellency the President, endorsed the Right Honorable Raila Odinga as Kenya's candidate for the chairperson of the African Union Commission. I have some sympathies with my brother and Deputy Majority Whip. Noting that the Honorable Raila Odinga's candidature for the position of the chairperson was not only his personal ambition, but also a symbol of Kenya's deep commitment to the goals of the African Union and its desire to participate in shaping the continent's future. Commending the government of Kenya, led by His Excellency the President, for a robust campaign in support of the candidate, reinforced by continental integration and cooperation and guided by Kenya's foreign policy. Further commending the remarkable achievement by Right Honorable Raila Odinga for emerging the run-up in the election of the chairperson of the African Union Commission on Saturday, 15 February 2025. Recognizing the need to sustain Kenya's growing prominence on the continental stage and advocacy for a more united, prosperous, self-reliant Africa in resonance with the aspirations of millions of Africans who seek to see the continent empowered to chart its own course in the global arena. Now, therefore, the Senate, 1, expresses its profound thanks to the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, NGH, for demonstrating unwavering commitment to the service of Africa by offering his candidature for the position of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, for his leadership in advancing Pan-African unity, for his dedication to the development and integration of the African continent, and for his distinguished attempt at the election. 2, reckons its thanks to His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, for endorsing the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, NGH, as Kenya's candidate for election as the chairperson of the African Union Commission, and for coordinating the campaign in support of his candidature. And 3, reckons his congratulations to His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf on his election as the chairperson of the Commission on Saturday, 15 February 2025. Now we open the floor. The first shot will be taken by Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Commissioner from Nyeri County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. As I rise up to contribute to this motion...
Sorry, Senator, just 1 minute, Senator Matinga. I will recognize the visitors, then, and I will not interrupt you as you take your 20 minutes. So, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this morning visiting lecturers and political science class students from the Masai Mara University in Narok County. The delegation comprises of 5 lecturers and 72 students who are in the Senate for a 1-day academic exposition. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. With the Gen Zs in the House, Senator Kenyuri, Senator Senator Olekina, Masai University is a national university. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to welcome the students and teachers of Masai Mara University. I was a student there, not just a student, I also served as a vice president of the Students' Union. So I wish to welcome you and also tell you that Kenya is a land of opportunities. Let nothing deter you. For the young people, you're the leaders of today. Taking effort to see what the Senate does goes a long way to changing the style of leadership in this country. And when we do that, I want to wish that you will be part of that transformation. When you go back, please take my greetings back to the students and the teaching fraternity of the Masai Mara University. Thank you very much.
30 seconds, the Senator for Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for at least acknowledging that Masai Mara University is a national university. Not like your cantankerous fellow from Meru, the governor who thought Maasais don't wear underwears.
It's not from Meru. Maybe
Nyeri.
put to a record straight.
Oh, not like the cantankerous governor from Meru. It doesn't matter whether you've... Nyeri. I don't know these things. It's just because it's cantankerous. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Let me take these 30 seconds to welcome these young students and just telling them that all of us who are standing here went through that rigorous training. I'm a political science major, and I know what it takes to be able to forge forward and to be able to navigate through tough challenges, especially when it comes to politics in this country called Kenya. Narrow County is a great county, and I'm happy that most of you have had an opportunity to study there. I hope that we can continue improving and making sure that you encourage even local students from that area to take on political science courses so that leadership for the future. You know, people talk about the future generation being the youth. It's not. The future generation is another generation which will come after this generation has already been wiped out. So I hope that you will nurture the talent to the youth, and always, when you go back there, ensure that your agility and dedication is to your future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Proceed, Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. As I was just about to start, I'm reminded by today's debate of the call that we have as a leadership of this country. And I would want, Mr. Speaker, sir, to start by thanking two people. One, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to start by thanking one Raila Amolo Odinga. His ability over the years to bend backwards, to put this country forward, Mr. Speaker, has been a challenge to many of us. It is known, Mr. Speaker, and it is on record. I am one of those who many years have always opposed the leadership of Raila Amolo Odinga. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, having said that, I want to put the record straight. It is not because I have any justifiable reason. It is because, Mr. Speaker, sir, I've always been persuaded to think along ethnic and regional block, Mr. Speaker. But time has come to realize that this country is greater than any one of us, Mr. Speaker. The second person, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank is His Excellency, the President William Samoei Ruto. It is indeed, Mr. Speaker, a great act of statesmanship to take somebody, propose somebody who you've competed with for the presidency and say, I propose the name because I think he's qualified and deserves it. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I'm standing here, I look at the photos and the people sitting on the gallery, young people who are looking upon us for leadership to unify this country so that we can live a country united for them. Mr. Speaker, sir, the whole world is moving to become a global village. It is not lost to us, Mr. Speaker, that the strength and the strategic geographical position of this country will highly benefit if we have regional integration in the Greater Lake region and indeed in the whole of Africa. Mr. Speaker, many a times has the President, His Excellency President Ruto said, it is time that Africans started taking their own matters in their own hands, and that must start by making a unified monetary unit where we can allow ourselves to trade without having to rely on foreign currencies like the dollar. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the high time that we look at a statesman, somebody who is able to move this country, this continent forward, somebody who is prepared to sacrifice, and we know this person is embodied in the person of one Raila Amolo Odinga. And I want to agree with people. Mr. Speaker, sir, the losing of Raila Amolo Odinga is not a loss to himself. It is a loss to this country. It is a loss to the whole of Africa indeed. Mr. Speaker, history will judge us unfairly, as some of us have withdrawn to sectionalism, some of us have withdrawn to tribal cocoons and trying to champion their tribe's beliefs without telling the world the truth. There is no one tribe that can survive on their own. Mr. Speaker, sir, many have touted Usuguze Mulima. What is most unfortunate is that the Mulima, in its homogeneity, in the product that they produce, in the coffee, milk, and tea, we are not able to consume that. Our potential lies in the regional integration, not only the Mulima region, the whole of Kenya, but even extending this to beyond Africa. Mr. Speaker, sir, This is why I'm standing here as a proud Kenyan, to say that yes, Kenyans have realized that we have a potential as a country when we integrate everybody into the leadership of this nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, indeed unfortunate that some few people, for their own selfish reason, chose to celebrate the failure of one Raila Odinga because they believe that their political future lies in Baba joining hands with them. I want to tell them, oh, unto them, Mr. Speaker, we have woken up and we're no longer going to do tribal politics to befit one person. Mr. Speaker, sir, show me your friends, I'll tell you who you are. I've heard some people, my colleagues, without wanting to discuss them or name them, saying that them be Mr. Speaker, sir, it is high time that we must rise and be counted like Kenyans who look at the issues of this country not as a tribal approach, but rather a holistic approach that takes care of political and moral obligation that we have to this young generation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have decided to face the reality as it is. Somebody has said, the survival of the Mulima depends on one person. I want to collect that assertion. The survival of Mulima depends on our able and ability to integrate with every person in this country, regardless of where they've been. That is the true position, and that is what we must tell everybody. Correct. This is the light of Mr. Speaker, sir. That we now move forward unified towards regional, towards world integration in the whole of Africa. Yeah. I was in Angola the other day, Mr. Speaker, sir. I realized the potential that we have to do business in that country is huge. It cannot be, and it is not acceptable. At this time when everybody is moving towards making regional blocks, towards moving people together like the EU, like the United States, somebody is telling us, usichiguze Mlima. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is not only outdated, it is retrogressive, and it must be condemned in the highest and the hardest political terms as possible. Tomorrow belongs to a future generation, and we have a political and moral obligation to ensure that we bring Kenya together, because Kenya cannot stand and divided into tribal cocoons. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to thank those who stood with the Raila Odinga, not because he's a Luo, not because he's a Kenyan, because he's a statesman who has the political experience and exposure to see things in a broader perspective. It might please my people, Mr. Speaker, sir, to say oppose Raila, but then I'll have a political responsibility, and history will judge me so harshly that I did not make the right decision. And as has been said here, a win for any Kenyan is a win for every Kenyan. We must now rise beyond petty tribal politics and say the problems that we face in this country are not tribal problems. They are problems that we can only solve as a unified country. As I wind up, Mr. Speaker, to give my colleagues an opportunity, I would want to take this opportunity to apologize to the Ma community. I had my governor made very retrogressive comments about them not wearing suluaris. Mr. Speaker, I heard him say, it is not what you do, it is who you follow. I want to put the record straight. It is what you do in terms of development. If you bring development to us, if you bring meaningful change to us, then we'll stand with you. It is the high time that we say this country is greater than any one of us, and we say united we stand in this country. We must fight for African integration, we must fight for globalization, and we make sure that Kenya is an integral part of that, not being put in ethnical balkanization, because that is outdated politics. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Thank you. Next is Senator Onyonka Richard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader, and all the members who have contributed. Mr. Speaker, I am literally shocked at the way my colleagues are behaving and what they are saying on this floor. The reason why I'm shocked is because somehow I happen to be advantaged because I've been around this system for the last 25 years. I have been around politicking, taking vehicles to Kabarak to go and see President Moi and beg him to give me a handout so that I could run for elections. I have seen what happened in 2007 when we came to this house and I saw the hate, the vitriol, the anger. What were we fighting about? An election which had been lost, and of course we were on the other side which lost, quote unquote, and we stood here and said how we wished anybody who was on the other side should have been dead. I have watched the coalition government work, and then it failed. In this republic, I have seen President Uhuru come into power and his elections are nullified, and I've seen how he handled it. And I have seen how President William Ruto becomes president. So I hope my colleagues will give me an opportunity to lay out my case. This election of Prime Minister Raila to the AUC, indeed it was about our country. This election was not really about Raila per se. And I've seen some people say, oh, this election was about President William Ruto, and if he's a bad president, therefore our candidate wouldn't win. No, I take a different approach. The reality is we went in to hunt. I am saying I don't think we were prepared to hunt well and kill the elephant. My argument is we have a country where we are constantly looking for options and solutions away from the reality of what we are dealing with. I have heard my colleagues say that there were people celebrating that in fact Raila lost. Yes, they celebrated because they are fearful. They want Raila to come back because the country looks unstable and it's not ready to move on. That is where we are, Honorable Cherargei. This is not about tribes ganging up against bigger tribes and smaller tribes ganging against smaller ones. This is a state called Kenya, which is dysfunctional, where we have refused to accept the basic tenets. We have said, Honorable, my majority leader, you know I respect and love you as my brother. Thank you. I hope one day I'll join government and be with you. But I intend to remain in the opposition to keep some of you sober and sane. This process, because of the training I got when I was a minister in the government of President Kibaki, is a process which is handled quietly, efficiently, and successfully. When you are going for these positions, you must be able to look at the sensitivities and the issues in all these geopolitical issues of Africa. And yet, what have we done? We have localized this whole thing as if it's about Raila, who wanted to be something, and William Ruto, who wants to survive. Indeed, if that is the case, if Raila wanted the job and felt he would lose and come back here so that he joins President William Ruto's government, and therefore Kenya will become stable, my position is very simple. So long as you continue doing things the way you are doing them, the country will not be stable. When we were talking about what are the issues in Sudan, look at what you're having at KICC today. One group is at KICC parading themselves, and you are insensitive to the issues that we are supposed to be the arbiters of two people who are fighting on the African continent. When we are talking about Congo, the reality, my brother Cherargei, is that we have a region which is affected by illegal mineral mining, by countries that are feeling incredibly insecure. You have Western powers who have an interest in managing what is happening in Congo. And the reality is we just laugh at it. So when M23 are coming to Nairobi to come and have a meeting here with our president, the simple fact that they came here put everybody onto suspicion mode.
Just a minute, Senator Onyonka. There is a point of order from Senator Mandago.
Honorable Speaker, I've heard Senator Onyonga say M23 are coming to Nairobi. I don't know whether it's confusing.
I said when they came. I said when they came. I know you don't know. When they came, M23 came to Nairobi met our president, they launched themselves here. What did you expect President Kagame to do? What did you expect him to do? When information is coming out that all these groups are meeting around Nairobi and we are not careful.
There is a point of order still from...
I was just wondering whether
from Senator Mandago.
The operations of Parliament have changed. Can Senator Onyonga provide evidence that M23 indeed came to Nairobi, met the president, and launched themselves here? I think it's a dangerous statement to be allowed to go on record without evidence.
Substantiate. What question are you asking
substantiate
me? That? Mr. My Chair Health, what I said was this. Anytime when you have these groups that are fighting in the East African region, and one of them appears to be Nairobi, what it happens is it creates a destabilization which sometimes is imaginary. And yet the expectation is just like South Sudan. When the earlier group, or when the first group that was against the government came to Nairobi and they met.
Nyonka, let me give you some direction.
Yes.
Since there is that point of order which you have not, we have not cleared, that it needs an evidence to show that M23 came to Kenya, met the president and launched themselves.
What I said...
Maybe if you don't have that evidence, when are you ready to provide the evidence?
Mr. Speaker, what I said is that the M23 made contact, and indeed the president of Kenya's responsibility was for him to start negotiating with them and the Rwandese government. What I am saying is those discussions as they started...
Did you say that they came to Nairobi?
I said yes.
And met the president?
Yeah, no, I said they came, yes.
No. No, I don't need any direction from the members.
Say what you're saying.
That is why I'm here. I'm reasoning
why,
to the members.
I don't know why you don't want me to talk. Mr. Speaker, let me make it easy for you. I withdraw.
Okay, fine.
And I apologize for my majority. Can I proceed?
Proceed?
So let me say, so that you don't waste my time, let me say what I'm saying. We, as a leadership, must understand that whatever that was happening is not removed from our reality. Just as you're planning to organize so that Prime Minister Raila can then go for his election at AU, what do? You allow individuals to pick Besigye and they abduct him and take him to Uganda. Internationally, Honorable Cherargei, you know that looks bad. Then when you are busy talking about South Africa, I know some of us may not understand that the South African government, having gone to Congo, the responsibility and the role they have played in Congo and all the issues that have been engaged must be handled so carefully. So carefully. But what do? And I said it on public. We then decide we are going to support Israel because the Israelis are our friends for years and years and years, and we make that announcement disregarding the sensitivities of what is happening in Gaza. Then we take that same narrative as we are having issues.
Senator Onyonka, there's another point of order from the majority leader.
You see, Mr. Speaker, I'm really sorry to Senator Onyonka because it's not my intention to disrupt him. But he's inviting this upon himself by claiming matters that are not factual, which leaves us with no other option than to interrupt him and ask him to check his records. I know for a fact that not once, twice, or thrice, that Kenya has made its position clear on the Palestine-Gaza dispute, that they believe in the two-state solution. We have never come out clear to say that we support any of the parties. Therefore, it is not right for Senator Onyonka to mislead the House
Mr.
and
Speaker,
claim that we have identified with Israel to the exclusion of the Palestinians. That's not accurate.
Mr. Speaker, could I maybe use a different,
maybe
let me use a different angle to
when
make...
there is a member executing a point of order, you go back to a seat, you sit and wait.
Mr. Speaker, I feel like you're trying to harass me so much. I am saying,
that is the
I am
rules
saying,
of the House. When there is a member...
Speaker,
on a
I know the
point of order,
rules, but you see, if I keep going that way, it's a bit tiring.
There's a seat just next to...
All right.
But
And I've got his point, which I can
you
answer.
should not take advantage of the mic to just exchange with the member who has a point of order. That
Much
is what
obliged. I would most probably answer him and say, let's leave the Israeli question. Can we talk about the rapid deployment force that is in Nairobi? You can legitimize, you can argue about it. So you are comfortable the RDF is in Nairobi. And the other Sudanese party is in Sudan, and they have written an official letter today where they are saying that you have actually violated their very essence, existence as a state. That is how, so you've been...
Majority
You see, Mr. Speaker, you see, your colleagues are now answering me across because they don't want me to make my arguments.
With the member on the floor.
Let me just finish my debate.
No. And also, Senator Nyong'o, just talk to the speaker, not to the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say that I see here today my colleagues celebrating and talking about how Raila is the greatest man who was. How I wish we listened to what they are saying 3 years ago. How Raila was a mganga, how he was somebody who was completely useless to our political dispensation. Where, by the way, why have you never gotten rid of him? Now, today is being praised of being the hero worship we wanted. Raila has been a hero worship, yes, but we will expect him to give us the excellence we expect from him. He will join your government, and if he is not going to demand that abductions stop in this republic, that we stop the corruption that is going on in our country, that we actually govern ourselves with responsibility, where we accept that our countries within our region respect us and we respect them. And then I saw my brother Cherargei going to Ethiopia. You carry 250 people who are singing Yote Yawezekana. You are threatening other African guys, ladies and gentlemen, who visited the occasion.
You remember, Senator Onyonka,
Yes.
one thing that I did when the majority leader was on the floor. I protected you
Yes, Mr.
when
Speaker.
he mentioned your name.
Yes.
So can you kindly stop mentioning the members?
Oh,
names
my
and what they
apologies,
did?
my leader.
So that you...
I apologize and
you don't
withdraw.
attract-
You are not there. You are not
you
there.
know you are eating on
I
your
saw,
time. And do
Mr.
not
Speaker.
be having ample time to give you your points.
Much
Because
obliged,
you will
Miss.
be disrupted all the time with the point of
Mr.
order.
Speaker, I am much obliged. I would like to say this. I want to say, I get that, but he was there.
Senator Chalegei, stop exchanging with the member on the... Allow him to contribute. What is your point of order, Senator Wakoli?
It's a chariot, my brother. Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Onyonka, let us listen this point of order. So I will ask the clerk, when you know you are misusing my mic, the clerks. When the member is on a point of order, switch off the other mic, so that now we can be orderly.
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on order of responsibility of statement of fact, Honorable Speaker. When an honorable member stands here and casts aspersions on the delegation from Kenya, we might not agree with you, but when you say they were intimidating, can you table facts that Kenyans, headed by the president, were intimidating people in Addis Ababa? This is a Senate. This is not a small thing in the village. Honorable Senior Senator, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to mention to my brother, the senator from Bungoma, that normally when people go to watch football games, that's how they behave. But when people go to an international conference and they're trying to negotiate and influence other people to vote for their candidate, they behave differently. I know you love football. You may not see the contradiction. I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. It is true for many of us that for me, Prime Minister Raila losing that seat was a shock. But I saw him accept the verdict gracefully. I would like to state to my colleagues in this House, that if this such an occasion comes back again, because it could, please let us make sure we do a thorough job. Let us consult the ambassadors, former ambassadors, the technical personnel. We could have done it better. Is it true that I knew this? No, I didn't. I'm just saying, when you go to play and you have scored many goals, then you have to figure out what to do with the team, especially with the team manager. I would like to say one last comment, Mr. Speaker. I have no problem if ODM and my leader Raila decides to join the government of the day, because I understand the complexity of Kenya's politics. But, Mr. Speaker, I heard somebody say, give me something that I can be proud of. Give me democracy. Make sure we minimize our corruption. Stop using negative ethnicity of turning around and saying that because you have disagreed with people who you have struck a deal with. And indeed, by the way, Mr. Speaker, I listened to this house severally. Some of these contradictions we have are a consequence of the broken system of our governance structure. Why is it that every 5 years the vice president is fighting with his president? Why is it that we are not able to deal with the dysfunctionality of our financials in this republic? How can we talk about Kenya as a great country when you know we are in debt, we can't finish a railway, the revenue we are collecting, we don't even know what's happening, the county governments are having a problem? Then you expect me to have something to be proud of. I am proud to be a Kenyan, yes, but I expect more. I expect better from all of us. Stop cheering around and singing how you think now power has come to your hands. You are going to employ your relatives and cousins. No! We now need intelligent people to sit down and guide the president and the prime minister to make sure this country runs in the direction where we can be fully proud and happy that we are moving as a team. Stop alienating some communities because of political disagreements. Sit with them and talk with them. Majority Leader, aren't you sitting with the gentleman there with big hair? I wanted to make a reference. Thank you.
Senator Onyonka, you know you are its own registry.
Yeah? Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit emotional about this. Allow me.
How can you describe Honorable Medhu in that manner?
He accepts the I wanted to say how beautiful I see both of you. You have disagreed politically and yet you are talking. That is how it should be. Let us not escalate it to the next level. I see us escalating this war to the next level. And I want to mention finally, Mr. Speaker, that whatever it takes for this Senate, whatever it takes all of you, for the next 2.5 years, this country has been left in your hands. Make sure the leadership listens to what the Kenyan public is saying. Especially, I heard somebody trying to dismiss the role of the young people. Some of us are just saying it purely. Please listen to these young people. And it's not about me wanting to be on TikTok. I've heard some of my colleagues always jump up and say, yeah, I'm at 6 million views. Those things don't matter to me. I don't even have to come back to this house again as a senator or any leadership position. Because I am extremely disappointed at the way we are carrying ourselves when we are advantaged. When we are not disadvantaged. When we are disadvantaged, we behave differently. When we are advantaged, we behave differently. It is convenient. This state does not convenience. This state needs factual analysis, evaluation, and conclusions on matters that are going to help us govern. The president should succeed. He should listen to us. What is working, let him continue working on it. What is failing, can he stop, fix it, and then we move forward. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Next is Senator Chalagai Samson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. From the onset, I want to support this motion by the majority leader. I wish to make a few comments. One is to congratulate the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga for running this race. As many of my colleagues have said, it was not about Raila Odinga, it was about Kenya. And I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we left Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, and I'm happy by the comments of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga when he says he's coming back more energized and more focused going into the future, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the 22 nations from African Union who stood for the 7 rounds, Mr. Speaker, for Raila Odinga. In 2 rounds he emerged, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is not easy to go 7 rounds. We know people who go 1 minute and 59 seconds, Mr. Speaker. But at his age, Baba Raila Odinga could manage to go for 7 rounds in African Union, Mr. Speaker. So we celebrate and appreciate what he did. 7 rounds at his age is not easy in African Union contest, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, as a country, every cloud has a silver lining, Mr. And I don't know why Senator Amida is excited about the rounds. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to digress. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, I want to assure the nation. And even, Mr. Speaker, thank President William Ruto for magnanimity. You remember in 2022, the presidential election was close call. But out of magnanimity of President William Ruto, when Raila Odinga declared that he will run for African Union, President William Ruto did not look at Raila as the opponent that he defeated in general election. He looked him as a brother, as a statesman, as a Kenyan. And that is why Raila Amolo Odinga had at his disposal the entire government machinery to campaign across 51 states of Africa, Mr. Speaker, and share his vision for a better Africa, Mr. Speaker. I was disappointed that some people in parts of this country, others in social media, could celebrate the loss of Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga never lost anything. It is Kenya who lost, because it is the standing in the League of Nations, Mr. Speaker. Let us not confuse. If it is about losing, Raila has developed a thick skin of losing many elections, Mr. Speaker. But he has always looked at the brighter. He has been the safe pair of hands when Kenya is in turmoil. From 2007, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, and the other day in 2022, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say what the people who celebrated on social media and some parts of this country, we tell them, riswa na washindwe katika jina la Yesu, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, number 2, it is not the first time, Mr. Speaker, that Raila Odinga as a Kenyan has lost. Even Nancy Kirigitu lost. Even Rachel Mamo lost. Even the latest Amina Mohammed lost in 2017. We never saw this kind of vitriol and hatred, Mr. Speaker, against a candidate like Raila Odinga, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell the nation, many people thought when Raila lost in AU, some people could be used to fight government or unto them. It will not happen, Mr. Speaker. Because as a country, we have more better agenda to have a prosperous nation going into the future in governance, in development, and in rule of law and democracy, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud many Africans. There have been arguments that the position of Kenya in DRC crisis, the position of Kenya in issues of Gaza and Israel, the position of Kenya in Sudan crisis, where we saw rapid response here in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, and many other positions of Kenya across the world. But, Mr. Speaker, we must accept that beyond and above African Union engagement, there was the issue of religion, language, and region, and also superpowers. And I'm happy my brother from Homa Bay has said, Kenya should not look east or west. We should look where our interests are as a country, Mr. Speaker. Because we cannot depend. You saw the other day when Donald Trump came, he came with a different policy. China or the East have come with a different policy, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is neither here nor there that we are arguing today that it is based on many forces. But we know after African Union, as a continent, there are many international and global interests, whether they come from East or West, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, for Raila Odinga as our candidate, as a statesman, as a Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, to stand on the annals of history and look for this seat, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate him. It is not easy. Even in local elections, like ward elections, we have seen people who say, we will run, we will run. But when the real game is called, they are nowhere to run even for a ward election, Mr. Speaker. And that will happen in 2027, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, what is the future? As we congratulate His Excellency Mohammed Ali Yusuf of Djibouti, although I saw his speech and I was disappointed that we had more money and more power, Mr. Speaker, I thought he would have been more magnanimous. You know, in victory, under 48 laws of power, in Robert Greene, you should know when to stop celebrating. It is one of the basic tenets of 48 laws of power in Robert Greene, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and therefore it is very unfortunate to come from him when he wants to unite the country. He will be the biggest envoy. Senator Onyonga will tell you, His Excellency Ali Mausuf Mohammed will be the biggest envoy of Africa. And therefore he should give a message of hope, of unity across the African continent, Mr. Speaker. We expect him to handle the DRC crisis, the Sudan crisis, Mr. Speaker, and many other crises that we face as a world, as a global nation, Mr. Speaker. The future of Africa, we need to agree. We need to ensure we trade more in the trade within Africa region. Why would I need a visa to travel to Ghana or even to South Africa, Mr. Speaker? And we are Africans. We should promote a visa-free Africa, where one African even work. There are many students from Masai Mara University. I wish to see them working in South Africa as experts or as civil servants in South Africa, in Namibia, in Ghana, in Tunisia, Mr. Speaker, in Djibouti, among other countries, Mr. Speaker. Number two, we must encourage open-air skies. It is unfortunate sometimes when we are flying to West Africa, you must fly to France so that you can fly back. It is more nearer to fly to London than to fly to some of the West Africa, Mr. Speaker. We must agree that we must promote open skies and aviation, Mr. Speaker, so that we can go into the future, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, as I talk, the reforms in Kenya Airways is long overdue, Mr. Speaker. We must, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that we encourage Kenya Airways, which was now pride of Africa, is disappointing, Mr. Speaker. I saw even the Nigerian embassy, Nigerian civil aviation penalizing, Mr. Speaker, penalizing the KQ.
Sorry, Senator Chalagay. What is it you are saying, Senator Morgan? Go to the dispatch box if it's not working.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Speaker, you know, everything that we say on this floor goes on record. And Senator Chalagay knows that under our standing orders, he should not make statements that are misleading. He has just stated on this floor that to fly to West Africa, you first go to France, then come back to West Africa. Yet, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Airways flies direct to several West African countries, including Nigeria, direct to Nigeria. It goes to Cameroon. It goes to Bamako in Mali. So is it in order, Mr. Speaker, to make a misleading statement on the floor that the skies in Africa have not been opened to our Kenya Airways?
Senator Chalagay, which country were you referring to?
His mine is in Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, what I said is some flights. I didn't say Kenya Airways. It needs to, you can check the answer. I say some flights. I did not say Kenya Airways specifically. I just came into Kenya Airways by saying we must revive Kenya Airways, we must revitalize Kenya Airways to turn around profitability. Because the way Kenya Airways is being run is being run down, Mr. Speaker. And the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, one of our key components was aviation turnaround in terms of increasing cargo to ensure we give more revenue to Kenya Airways. And we have had a discussion about Kenya Airways. We must agree that even as we ensure there is open skies and aviation sector in Africa, we must make it vibrant so that is movement of people and services, Mr. Speaker. And I can see the senior counsel is nodding in agreement that Kenya Airways must be reformed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of military cooperation, I agree. We need to work more better. We have seen even, and I'm happy President William Ruto has requested African Union to include Haiti as one of the as one of the member of African Union, Mr. Speaker. And we are proud as Kenya. We have read the mission in Haiti, Mr. Speaker, despite opposition from even within the country and outside the country. And therefore, as Kenya, we have a lot to showcase the world in terms of issues that we... So military cooperation, I know when African Union and Kenya is called upon, we have crisis in DRC, Mr. Speaker. I am told the M23 are making progress in Bukavu. They are headed near to Burundi, Bujumbura. We must Africa, Mr. We have Sudan crisis, where rapid response RSF is in Sudan, in Africa, in Kenya here. And I have seen the statement from Foreign Affairs from Sudan. We must pursue peace the way we did for South Sudan, Mr. Speaker. We need a peaceful Africa to ensure we have trade. And the only person who could bring experience, who knows the dynamics of Africa, the true son of Pan-Africanism was Raila Odinga. I still insist African Union lost the best. Despite that His Excellency Ali Mausuf won, winning in an election does not mean you are competent. It means you have just won. But it doesn't mean that you are bringing the best on the table, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Raila Odinga, with so many years that he has fought for rule of democracy, human rights, devolution, the new constitution, the track record was well-decorated CV that could transform this country, Mr. Speaker. And Raila Odinga has been one of the few leaders who is not tribal. If you see at the voting pattern, in many elections he has contested in this country, he has gotten the votes from across the country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we need to ensure. Mr. Speaker, the third point I wanted to make, I think it is now the right time to fully implement the NADCO report, the National Dialogue Report, Mr. Speaker. Raila Odinga has huge and well-decorated track record of fighting for democracy, rule of law. When Raila Odinga was fighting the previous regime, some of the people who are in opposition, Mr. Speaker, who are now correcting messes, were in that government that were pursuing even abuses of human rights, and they want to lecture us about, Mr. Speaker, how a country should be run. When Raila Odinga was fighting for this constitution, rule of law, democracy, some of the people who are correcting him, Mr. Speaker, who are fighting him now, were in that system, Mr. Speaker, the KANU system, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, when Raila Odinga comes, we can use him. He has huge, he's an elder statesman, Mr. Speaker, and the full implementation of NADCO, we must make Raila Odinga the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. Even the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Prime Cabinet Minister, he must, Mr. Speaker, be given that position to assist in expanding, deepening, and widening the broad-based government and stability of this country, Mr. Speaker. We have even started, Mr. Speaker, we have even started even broad-based within Parliament.
Senator Methu, what's your point of order?
Of course, I would not have wanted to interrupt the good senator from Nandi, but I'm standing on Standing Order 105, responsibility of statement of fact. May I know, because I have read the NADCO report page by page to the last page, which of the recommendations of the NADCO report he bases his argument that Raila Odinga is the one that will become the Prime Minister? Because our position of the Prime Minister will be there, but there is nowhere in the NADCO report that it proposes the Honorable Raila Odinga. And actually, I don't think the NADCO report was formulated to assimilate and have Raila Odinga join government. It is actually demeaning the position of Raila Odinga to say that the whole NADCO report is just about creating a position for him. So, Honorable Speaker, I wish that you direct this and find the senator out of order for insinuating that the NADCO report has a clause that proposes that Raila Odinga, the person, becomes the Prime Minister.
Very well, Senator Cherargei. I think you've understood the question.
Yes, I've understood. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for seeing you today in the morning. Mr. Speaker, as I encourage, and after this I will buy an air comp for my brother, Senator Methu, I agree. In fact, he has answered himself by insinuating. I didn't say the NADCO report has the name Raila Odinga. As a leader, I believe Raila Odinga should serve this nation in any capacity. And in my own opinion, as the senator of Nandi, I feel he should be given the position of Prime Minister. We need to expand and fully implement the National Dialogue Committee report. We are already doing broad-based. We are now in this across the aisle. We are exchanging chairs within Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to insist, even as we move forward, as we broaden the engagement of broad-based government, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Mr. Speaker, has the history of this country. He has the track record of rule of law. He has served as a prime minister before. There is nothing unique, Mr. Even as we push to amend the constitution in Article 257 or 256, either by popular or parliamentary initiative of the Constitution 2010, he can serve at the moment as the prime cabinet secretary as we reorganize the government going into the future, Mr. Speaker. Even Senator, it is free, my brother Senator Metu, and he knows I have tremendous respect and we respect each other. We are even pushing for an enactment of official opposition leader. So as they fight in his formation, Mr. Speaker, I'm telling them there is already a seat where the people like Wajakoya, people like Alonso Mushoka, people like, and the rest who will lose in 2027 after William Ruto is re-elected by the support of Baba, they will be automatically, will finance them. We'll give them an office, we'll give them official cars, we'll ensure they sit either in the Senate and National Assembly. And that is the NADCO report that we are proposing, Mr. Speaker. So no one will lose. We hate to see people who are so losers, who are shouting in centers, funerals. We want them to stop talking from funerals. We want them to come to the floor of the House and critique the government. And I want to assure you, with the support of Raila Amolo Odinga, William Ruto will be elected by over 80% for his re-election. In 2032, people like Eddie, tunaweza anza kujipanga at that level, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say in conclusion, because I've seen my time is spent, Mr. Speaker, let us have an open mind. This nation, the young people sitting at your gallery, need the guidance and leadership of this. We must agree as a nation. We want a nation. When you go here to Tanzania, they don't care which tribe you come from. You are a Chaga, you are a Suguma, you are a Maasai. They don't care who you are. They will only elect you because you are competent, Mr. Speaker. So we need to encourage as a nation. Let us have a tribeless leadership, Mr. Speaker. And I want to encourage the minority side led by Senator Ledama. Even as we engage on broad-based, you must clean your house. We cannot be saying we are broad-based, yet we have people who are opposing the broad-based within yourself, Mr. Speaker. And I know you know the person you are sitting next to you on your right, Mr. Speaker. It is better to give that seat to Senator Hedy and other people, Mr. Speaker, so that you can have a one united front. Let us release people like Senator Wambua to go and oppose government freely instead of opposing government within. This is a broad-based government. May it long live under the leadership of William Ruto and Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I support and I thank you.
Senator Eddie Okech. Imepewa list.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And as the leader of the Migori delegation, I must say that on this motion, my people who gave me the chance to be in this house are sad. I will not lie that they were disappointed that Raila Amolo Odinga did not become the AUC chair. They had hopes and dreams that Raila Odinga would become the AUC chair so that he could be able to be a bridge between excellence in the continent and our people in Kenya. And indeed, the people of Migori County were championing and rooting for Raila Amolo Odinga. So it is no question that they are sad. And Mr. Speaker, in any sad situation, whether it's death or losing an election like what happened, Mr. Speaker, if you are sad and somebody else is laughing, that person does not want the best for you. It doesn't matter whether whatever brings you sadness is something that brings them happiness. It just means that they don't want something good for you. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that anybody who has laughed, celebrated the loss that we had in Addis has got no best interest of our people at heart, especially the delegation that I'm presenting and representing from Migori County. I remember, Mr. Speaker, Nelson Mandela, when one day he was asked
by a journalist on his take on the Cuban positioning in terms of the Cuban War with regards to other people as well as Muammar Gaddafi. And Mandela told the journalist that many people think that their enemies are supposed to be South African enemies. Just because you have got some enemies somewhere, they are not going to be ODM's enemies. We as ODM, and we as a people from Migori, and we as a people from Nyanza, and I believe this is the spirit that every other nation that finds himself or themselves in the corridors of the country called Kenya. We don't make enemies because other people have enemies. We treat people with the same attitude that they treat us with. That is the area with which we differ with many people who celebrated this. But that said, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Cherargei, would you like to be informed by Senator Cherargei?
Senator Cherargei is a very serious ranking member. Let him inform me, but within a short time.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to, with a lot of indulgence, to inform on the issue of Mandela, it was not Cuban war. It was the Palestinian war on the issue of PLO. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, you know, Cherargei. Anyway, thank you. But Mr. Mandela was asked the question on the issue of his relationship with the Cuban fighter, we call him Fidel Castro, and also on the issue of him with Muammar Gaddafi, who tend to have been very polarizing figure in a number of, it was not just one war, but a number of issues that affect the entire continent at that time when South Africa was being seen as a terrorist nation just because they were fighting apartheid in South Africa. And his thinking was that any relationship that they're making with people or any friendship that they're making with different people is based on how those people treat South Africa, not based on the enemies that those people have. And that's what I'm trying to say also, that our politics as ODM going forward will be based on how people treat us and how people respect us and the contribution that we make to the country. But that said, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there is a Swahili word that says Mugala muue aki mpe. Despite the differences that different people have with President Ruto in the borders of our country, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we are very grateful for the kind of support, for the kind of commitment, for the kind of dedication that President Ruto gave to Raila Odinga in the process of running for AU. And I want to tell the President, Mr. Speaker, that there's a book that Chinua Achebe expresses about a lizard that fell out of an Iroko tree. You know, this lizard fell out of an Iroko tree onto a rock, but the lizard did not break its back. And around it, because it's just a lizard, other animals were there, but they were not able to celebrate the lizard. So the lizard looked around, and because nobody saw the lizard dropping down as something big and not breaking its back, the lizard said to itself, I am so strong that I fell out of that Iroko tree, but I didn't break my back. I'm telling the President that even if some people want to close their eyes on the kind of support that you gave Raila Odinga, even if somebody will not say thank you to you, even if some people will talk negatively about it and try to put you down, be the lizard that fell off the Iroko tree and thank yourself because you know how much effort you put on this campaign. That's a very sincere thank you from me. But then I must also thank Raila Odinga, because taking a continental stage in a place that you don't have control, His Excellency the PM Raila Odinga, taking a serious continental stage in a place that don't have control of presidents, when people are not bold enough to take that step, that is valor. That's a towering spirit that we want to see of many Kenyans. And I hope that many young people can glean morals from the courage of Raila Amolo Odinga to be able to take some risks. That even you as a young person today, whether you're Gen Z or you're a millennial, remember the times that perhaps you grew in Kawangware and you could play some games, some card games, and people could discourage you, but you never saw why you should not take the risk of being in the streets. But then, today, you are something. Raila Amolo Odinga has taught us that you can keep on fighting and taking risks for dreams that are bigger than you. And if your dreams as young people don't scare you, you're not worth living. Take big dreams. Take big steps. Learn from Raila Amolo Odinga. He has fought big dreams that some of them today we are benefiting from. There are countries that have got internet today, but you cannot post things and talk about anybody on the internet because you fear that you will go to jail, because you fear that you'll die, because you fear that you'll have serious consequences. But in our nation today, many young people enjoy not just the social media platform, but they enjoy any kind of expression that they want to have on those platforms. It is not to be taken for granted that those rights that you're enjoying to be able to express yourself online are not just rights. They are rights that saw people like Raila Amolo Odinga battered, beaten, and taken to detention for you to have those rights. So even as some people try to put him down, that valor, that courage, and that towering spirit must live among young people in the country called Kenya and in the African continent. But that said also, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Odinga did not just show up on this race as just a candidate who had no contribution to make to our country and who just wanted a job. On February 27th, last year, Mr. Speaker, Raila Amolo Odinga did express himself to the agenda and the vision that he was bringing to this position. And I want to agree with what my brother Senator Kajwang said, that this vision that Raila had is not just vision for the sake of getting an AU position. It's a vision that we as leaders in this country, extended to leaders in other countries that believe in the African dream, and more so extended to the leader from Djibouti, my brother Ali Yusuf, who has taken this position, must cast their eye upon. Because African continent is constantly under threat, Mr. Speaker. The movement of goods, the movement of capital, the movement of labor in the continent to make a working economy is still a daydream that we have never achieved. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the issue of AU is not just about regional politics in the African continent. It is also about global politics, because we are competing with other continents as well. We have got China, which is a nation and also as big as a continent with populations of over 1 billion. We are competing with them. We have got America that we are competing with. And don't think that the advancement of a common market in the African continent is something pleasing to other people. And therefore, it's a commitment that cannot just be an issue of politics in the continent. It's an issue that the continent must commit to, the dream that Raila had, from making sure that goods and services can move with this robust infrastructure. Raila Odinga held a very strong view on why we must make sure that we silence the guns in the continent and ensure that the security, so that capital, goods, and people can be able to move in the continent and work and build a continent. Raila Odinga held the strong view that we need serious connectivity between Djibouti and Senegal, between Cape Town and Cairo, so that movement of people, goods, and services can be easy. Raila Odinga held the very strong view that the continent must have a single visa, so that moving around the continent can be easy, so that a Kenyan who is born today without opportunities in the country called Kenya can as well move to Nigeria easily or move to Egypt easily and be able to find opportunity for themselves. So that somebody who is in Egypt, who cannot find their talent meeting the opportunities in Egypt, can move to Kenya and find opportunity that works for them. The dream of Raila Amolo Odinga was a continent where you are born does not define whether you die or you live. That dream must live with the people of Africa. That dream must live with the President of Africa. And Mr. Speaker, it is not a small dream. It is a dream for which some of us who went to Addis Ababa and saw what happened in Addis Ababa have picked that dream, we will continue with it. That one day, if not us, our children will see a united continent on the basis of economic excellence, on the basis of social justice, on the basis of politics that is good, that can advance the quality of life for the African people. And those dreams will not die because Raila Amolo Odinga cast them on that stage called the Continental stage. So it's not a matter of light politics of just being in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in this continent young people being radicalized because of lack of economic opportunities. Economic emptiness, turning young people to be Al-Shabaab militia. Economic emptiness, turning young people to be Boko Haram militia. And we see that same kind of trend even in the continent today, that people who the country had no confidence in, when they were serving at highest level and they were impeached in these houses, Mr. Speaker, radicalizing even young people who are in this house. You find young people being made to sing Mau Mau wars, to dress like Mau Mau, to live themselves unkempt like Mau Mau, to start behaving like Mau Mau in a way that is radicalizing people who are elected to come to this house to be able to promote a concept of national unity, promote a dream for young people in this country, and they're being radicalized. Therefore, we must start thinking, Mr. Speaker, we must start thinking of how we can be able to make sure that economic opportunity and good policies for young people are made possible so that radicalization of young people can stop, not only in Kenya but in the continent.
Eddie, Senator Wakoli, what's your point of order?
This is an honorable house of distinguished, high-profile leaders. My good brother, Honorable Eddie, has alluded that honorable members are dressed like, look like, hair like Mau Mau. Honorable Chair, it's important for my good friend to have responsibility of statement of facts, but coming out clearly and showing to us among members here or those without this place, who is it that looks like Mau Mau, hair like Mau Mau, so that the Honorable House is cleared of any misconduct. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Speaker.
Speaker, thank you. It seems like the senator, the good senator from Bungoma, is the only visitor from Jerusalem. I will send him some pictures of Mau Mau, people who fought, and then he can make his own judgment to look at people around who look like Mau Mau. But that said, Mr. Speaker, I must say also that we must also accept the negative that happened in this area, called the fighting for this seat. I want to encourage the majority leader that let's not be blind to the fact that foreign policy in this country is still not sober. And there are positions that you can take as a people that must be based on our foreign policy. Today, Mr. Speaker, whether you are a Democrat or you are a Republican in the American politics, when it comes to certain issues, America has clear foreign policy about them. And I don't think that we don't have a foreign policy that works. I think that we don't have a domestic policy that works. Because if you've got a strong domestic policy, Mr. Speaker, then you extrapolate your foreign policy from your domestic policy. What is our policy about our businesses, Mr. Speaker, for instance? That our businesses that are locally grown, homegrown, must be protected, must be taken care of. If that is our domestic policy, then that becomes the interface with which we interact with the external world. If our foreign policy here around our resources is strong, then that becomes the angle with which we relate with other countries. It is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the first round and the second round of Mr. Odinga's votes, he had consistently been ahead of Djibouti. And even if we don't know who voted because it was secret ballot, Mr. Speaker, we can say without a doubt that the shift started happening when the candidate for Madagascar dropped. And that shift, when it happened, we saw the Djibouti candidate gaining votes. Therefore, even if we are not mathematically sound, we can argue that there is high likelihood that the people who are voting for Madagascar shifted to Djibouti. And that is an indictment to our foreign policy. Why did they shift in that direction? It means that we haven't chosen as a people that on certain issues that are cross-cutting in the continent, whether it's the DRC war, whether it is the coup in the continent, a number of coups are in the continent, whether it is the issue around Israel, whether it's the issues around Commonwealth, all these issues, Mr. Speaker, must have one inclination. They must have an inclination towards a sober domestic policy that defines how then we engage the external world. It has to be that our nation must advance our national interests first when we are approaching the world, because that is the only way we survive as a country. And there are a number of areas that I think that these particular laws gives us an opportunity as a nation, gives the president an opportunity as our leader, gives the executive an opportunity as the cabinet, and gives us as a parliament opportunity to be brave, to be courageous, to be honest to ourselves, and interrogate the strength of our policy when it comes to our domestic inclination. Because if we don't interrogate that and bury our heads in the sand, Mr. Speaker, we will not be stronger tomorrow to face such wars. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I must say that Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, His Excellency Baba, is a person who has got zeal and zest to have a country that works. Even at instances that in the past regimes, Baba has supported some elements of people in governance, he has never taken any opportunity or discarded any opportunity to talk about the ills that are in government, to talk about the excesses that are in government, and to talk about bad things that are going on in the country. Including recently, when we were dealing with the issues of abductions, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga stood firm and fought abductions. And so are his soldiers who fought abductions. I can assure you that Raila Amolo Odinga does not need to be told where he's going to go. When he comes, after resting, he will give us direction on where he stands and where he goes, and therefore speculations must...
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to join my colleagues in recording the thanks of the Senate on Kenya's attempt for the position of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, AUC. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying that this is an important debate. A debate that was moved very well by the majority leader. But when debate began, then I wondered what happened between the time that he moved the motion and when the debate began. Because from one side of his mouth, he said that he would want to listen to opinion and views from members as to where we may have gone wrong and lost this seat. But on the other side of his mouth, he is insisting that we got it right. And so I wonder then, what are we going to be debating? The Speaker, having said that, I want to begin by thanking His Excellency the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga for offering himself to vie for this Continental seat. The Speaker, the decision to offer himself in itself, Mr. Speaker,
was a true demonstration of courage and the spirit of Pan-Africanism. I liked and envy the energy of His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. That Mr. Speaker, he was able to move to every corner of the continent to convince presidents and heads of government to support his bid. That energy, Mr. Speaker, was really, really enviable. Mr. Speaker, the thing that really touched my heart was the fact that His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga kept his cool throughout this process. From the campaigns, even to the election date and the announcement of the results, our leader kept his cool. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there are people who think that they are closer to these leaders than some of us. I want to actually disabuse that notion. That, Mr. Speaker, before the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga went to Addis for the election, I spoke to him on Tuesday. And he was very clear in his mind what he was going to be doing. And to me, the words that ring to my mind to date is that if I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. Whether I win or I lose, I'm a Kenyan, I am a Pan-Africanist. Mr. Speaker, that is courage beyond measure. And I want to congratulate him for having that courage to go for the seat. Mr. Speaker, when Raila Amolo Odinga went for this position, it was not about him, it was not about his party or his coalition, it was about Africa. And it was about carrying the Kenyan flag highly on the African scene. And the Speaker, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga did not disappoint. He carried the flag of our republic on the continental scene and did the best that he could. We want to congratulate him, Mr. Speaker. We also want to thank the presidents that voted for him, Mr. Speaker. Garnering 22 votes throughout, Mr. Speaker, I think 3 or 4 election cycles, Mr. Speaker, is not a simple feat. We want to thank the presidents that had faith in his leadership and voted for him. Mr. Speaker, there is another notion that I want to debunk from the floor of the Senate. The people who say that His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga does not accept defeat. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency himself conceded defeat on the floor of the Mandela House during this election. What I want to say to those people who say that Raila does not accept or concede defeat is that if he loses fairly, he will accept as he did in Addis Ababa. If he loses unfairly, he will contest that election. He has done that before, and for that courage, I also want to thank and congratulate him. Mr. Speaker, Kenya may have lost the election. We may not have brought the African seat home. But I want to say that to a very great extent, as a country, we won our space on the African continent. And let us continue to try as much as we can to be the pride of the region. Mr. Speaker, let me also congratulate the winner of the election, Mahmoud Yusuf, and wish him well.
we shall live to fight this battle another day. The Speaker, having said that, the question that the majority leader posed, and I would have wished that he was here, on what it is that we could have done wrong, what could we have done better? Mr. Speaker, I think that's where the conversation should sit. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very unfortunate that our foreign policy does not seem to be serving our national and regional interests in the way that it should. The Speaker, I heard Senator Onyonka being put to task to substantiate the obvious. As a Speaker, I just want to urge our colleagues, all of us, to be truthful to facts and the reality of our time. The Speaker, when in December of 2023, the Congo River Alliance, bringing together opposition politicians from DRC and the March 23 grouping, the rebel group, in Nairobi, and they launched the operation in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, it is open to everyone, even school children, that on that account alone, Kinshasa withdrew their envoy from Kenya in protest. It's on the record. At the same time, Kinshasa even threatened to withdraw from the East African community and actually recalled their ambassador who was sitting in Tanzania. As the question that we should ask ourselves is, if we had handled this matter of M23 in Nairobi differently, would the results have been different? Those are the questions, Mr. Speaker, that we're asking ourselves. And as leaders, we cannot. Mr. Speaker, you know, I listen to colleagues speak at times and I wonder, if His Excellency, the Right Honorable Engineer Raila Amolo Odinga, was speaking the language of some leaders who speak on the floor of this house when he was our age, where would he be today? Where would this country be today? The Speaker, Raila Amolo Odinga is not a person that is given to sycophancy or praise singing. He will say it as it is. And I'm very sure on the matter of the activities of M23 and the the Congo River Alliance, their activities in Nairobi, I'm very sure, I don't even to ask him, I'm very sure he takes a very different view from the view taken by the executive, the national executive of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, today, you know, the quest for the AUC chairmanship is not the end of Kenya's quest for leadership in the region. There will be other positions that other Kenyans are suitable for. And I want, for the avoidance of doubt, to state that some of us consistently have believed in the leadership of Raila Amolo Odinga. We have campaigned for him. We have voted for him for many, many years. The people that speak here as though they know and support Raila Amolo Odinga more than other people have never voted for him, even once. If anything, they have demonized him the most. Mr. Speaker, the engagement of Kenya and our neighbors is not ending with the end of the elections in Addis Ababa. Mr. Speaker, what we did, what we allowed to happen on our capital yesterday, Mr. Speaker, was not right. And we must tell this government as much. To allow the rapid support, their involvement in the crisis in Darfur, the killings, the torture, the maiming of people, Mr. Speaker. And we allow those groups to come to Nairobi and pretend to form a government of Sudan from Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. What do we expect? What do we expect, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we have not had the last from the administration of General Buran, who is now running some form of administration from Port Said. These people have messed up their country. Our role as a neighbor should be to help these people come together and rebuild their country, not to take sides with one rebel group against the other rebel group. Mr. Speaker, that move, it is those kind of moves, Mr. Speaker, that we are saying, you know, the M23 move. Mr. Speaker, let's just face it. On account of the Congo River Alliance being formed in Nairobi, and the fighting now in eastern DRC, the takeover of towns, South Africa has lost many soldiers. Tanzania has lost many soldiers. Let us just ask ourselves as human beings. The president of South Africa, the president of Tanzania, the president of DRC Congo, when they went to cast the ballot in that reality, where were they likely to cast their ballot? Mr. Speaker, these are the questions that we should ask ourselves. And stop being sycophantic or emotional about things that we can see as leaders are not going the right direction. Mr. Speaker, I want to advise. And I keep saying that I am maybe the least qualified to advise the National Executive. Mr. Speaker, this country belongs to all of us. Those who support the current administration and those who don't. We all belong to this country. And Mr. Speaker, the presidency of this country is not coming to an end with the end of the term of office of President William Ruto. Beyond him, there will be presidents. Before him, there were presidents. The thing that we must do, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that while he sits in office, we have a stable country. A country with a very robust and good foreign policy that protects the national interest, but also takes care of the regional interest and the global interest. I like what Senator Eddie said. Mr. Speaker, being at the continental scene is not just about the continent. It's about our engagement with the outside world. It's about a continental economic bloc. Mr. Speaker, as a country, as Kenya, we must make sure that we play a rightful role in that conglomeration, Mr. Speaker. We cannot be a country that is pushed to the periphery on matters foreign policy, while in pursuit of interests that could be very, very personal. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to reiterate that I heard Senator Cherage make a very loose comment about the people that have stood with His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga when he fought for the Constitution, democracy. So, Speaker, I don't agree with Senator Cherage a lot. On this one, I agree with him. I want to ask him to go and check his records and tell this country who those leaders he's talking about are. Those leaders who never believed in the provisions of this Constitution that Raila Amolo Odinga pushed for. Those leaders whose business, the primary business, was to demonize Raila Amolo Odinga and what he stood for then. Where I come from, Mr. Speaker, as a Christian, new converts have a lot of zeal. People who convert to the faith, they have a lot of zeal. And they believe that maybe they have gotten saved today and tomorrow they are going to heaven. So they have a lot of zeal. Mr. Speaker, those of us who are old in that religion, our work is to just tamper the zeal and tell them to cool it down. The world will come to an end. Jesus Christ will come back. but will happen at the fullness of his timing, not at our timing. The new converts in the political scene in Kenya, I want to temper their zeal. Let them move slowly, Mr. Speaker. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon. I support.
Thank you, Senator. Senator David Wakoli Wafula.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Nashukuru sana kwa nafasi hii. Naona ndugu zangu upande wa walio wachache kwa leo wanatabasamu Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ya kongole na sifa ambazo tunamiminia Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga kama mpeperushaji bendera katika Afrika kuwakilisha nchi ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, mgala muwe na haki mpe. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa kielelezo cha ustahimili wa demokrasia katika nchi ya Kenya. Amedhihirisha kujitolea muhanga kutetea haki ya mnyonge wa nchi ya Kenya, kutuliza mawimbi ya kisiasa katika nchi ya Kenya, na vile vile kunyosha mkono wa heri njema kwa wapinzani wake wa kisiasa, tukitangulia na Mheshimiwa Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, Mwai Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta na sasa Mheshimiwa William Ruto. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi ni vielelezo ama sifa za viongozi ambao kwao Afrika ilikuwa inaona nyota, na nyota ilikuwa imeangaa kule angani. Mheshimiwa Spika, Afrika imepoteza kiongozi shupavu, kiongozi aliye na msimamo, kiongozi anayeheshimu itikadi na falsafa tofauti katika Afrika, kiongozi ambaye anaelewa changamoto za watu wa Afrika, na hivi kwamba tajriba aliyonayo katika siasa za nchi ya Kenya, na kwamba alikuwa mmojawapo wa viongozi katika Umoja wa Afrika aliyekuwa anashinikiza na kusimamia miundombinu katika Afrika nchini humo. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa mtetezi wa haki za kibinadamu. Juzi amepasua mbarika na kupeana msimamo wake kuhusiana na vifo na kupotea kwa Wakenya. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga na wengine vile vile amekuwa mojawapo wa wale ambao wamekuwa wanashinikiza serikali za kibepari kubadilisha mfumo na kuongoza nchi zao kwa matawi na katika kufuata katiba za nchi hizo. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga vile vile ameonyesha dunia nzima na Afrika kwamba ni lazima kufanya biashara kati ya nchi za Afrika, kuboresha uchumi za nchi ya Afrika, na ilidhihirika walipoungana na Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki kuleta mfumo mpya wa kiuchumi na kusisimua uchumi wa Afrika. Nimesikiza seneta wenzangu wakitaja na kupokezana makonde ya kisiasa kuhusiana ni nani ambaye anamfuata Raila Amolo Odinga kwa haki na kwa matendo. Mimi naomba kwamba tusiwe vinanda vya kisiasa Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini tutende kulingana na maazimio ya Wakenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, Raila Odinga anashinikiza kuwe na demokrasia na vyama vya kisiasa. Viongozi walio hapa lazima wasimame kidete na tuseme kwamba katiba inakubali vyama vya kisiasa. Katiba inakubali kwamba kuwe na uhuru wa kisiasa na mahusiano ya kisiasa. Sasa mimi nataka kuona viongozi wenzangu chipukizi, tunaposimama kando na kuwa vinanda vya kisiasa, sisi sasa tuwe watunzi wa nyimbo za demokrasia na kutetea hadhi na falsafa ya demokrasia katika nchi ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga amepigana vita dhidi ya ufisadi, na naamini angetoa uongozi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika, angeongoza mapambano dhidi ya ufisadi katika nchi za Afrika. Changamoto nyingi zinazoendelea katika nchi za Afrika, vita vinavyoendelea ni kutokana na ufisadi. Na mimi naomba kutokana na jumba la Senate tuone viongozi wakisimama kidete kupigana vita dhidi ya ufisadi katika nchi ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, Raila Amolo Odinga amedhihirisha kwamba kusulubiwa kisiasa sio mwisho wa safari. aliwekwa korokoroni, akaondoka, na si Biblia tunasema Paulo na Sila waliomba, milango ikafunguliwa. Wengine wetu pia ni wajukuu wa kisiasa, tumewekwa korokoroni na tukatoka. Kile tunataka kushukuru Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto ni kwamba ulijitokeza muhanga, ukamshika mkono Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Viongozi wote wa upinzani wasiokuwa upinzani walitembea na nyinyi katika baraste ya kuombea Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga afueni na utoe ushindi katika nchi ya Afrika na katika nchi ya Kenya. Mimi ni kuomba tu kwamba tuendelee kufanya kazi kwa pamoja, tuendelee kufanya majadiliano ya pamoja, tuendelee kupigania haki za Mkenya na Afrika, ili siku itakapokuja tutaulizwa yale tuliyotenda kwa mujibu wa katiba na ujio wa siasa za nchi ya Kenya. Kwa hayo mengi, kwa niaba ya watu wa Bungoma, kwa niaba ya watu wa mkoa wa Magharibi, kwa niaba ya chama cha kisiasa ambacho kimebobea na kina ukomavu mkubwa wa kisiasa, chama cha Ford Kenya, kilichokuwa uasisi wa demokrasia katika nchi ya Kenya, tunampa heko na kongole Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga kwa kupeperusha bendera ya nchi ya Kenya, kumshukuru Mheshimiwa William Ruto kwa kujitokeza muhanga kama rais wa nchi ya Kenya na kutembea na Mkenya mwenzake. Na mimi ningewaomba wale wenzangu ambao wana wivu, wana moyo na inda mioni mwao kuhusiana na Raila Amolo Odinga, iwapo hauwezi kupiga hatua mbele, usimuonee mwenzio aliye na hesabu na aliye na uwezo wa kupiga hatua mbele, kwa sababu hatua hiyo ndio Kenya inastahili kuchukua ili tulete ukombozi na urejesho katika nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, nakutakia maisha mema unapoendelea kuongoza mchakato wa demokrasia na kuungana na Mheshimiwa William Ruto, na sitaki kumsahau Papa wa Roma, Spika wa Bunge la Kitaifa, ambaye yuko papo hapo kuhakikisha Kenya inasonga mbele. Asante sana na Mungu awabariki.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by congratulating the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga for being a statesman and seeing where the elections were heading, where we would create a situation where we would not have a chairperson to represent the African Union in the secretariat and the administrative organ of the African Union. If he did not concede defeat early, we would have had a situation where we repeat the elections over and over again. Mr. Speaker, what the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga demonstrated in the African continent is that as a leader, he has not always been there for his own gain. It has never been about Raila Amolo Odinga. It has always been about the good of the continent. When I was a young student at the University of Massachusetts, my third year, I took a course on international relations. And that is when I knew the complexity that exists when it comes to dealing with issues, international relations. The African continent was subdivided into two, Anglophone and Francophones. And these two separate ideologies are very complex. Anglophones countries have always demonstrated progress. They've always shown the way forward. But unfortunately, most of the Francophone countries have always been left behind. And you can see, even in the reasoning, you can see, even in the development of our countries. Anglophone countries have managed to be able to leapfrog on different sectors. If you look at Kenya as an example, Kenya developed the first money transfer system to be able to assist those less fortunate, people who are in rural areas, to be able to also get banking services. This is not something that is found across the continent of Africa. We have 55 countries. If Raila Amolo Odinga would have been given the opportunity to become the chairperson of the African Union Commission, to be able to advise the 55 presidents, to be able to give his wisdom on all the different organs of the African Union, so that we achieve the African Union goal of 2063, where we have good hospitals, where we have good road networks, where we trade, this continent would have had a very different perspective on good leadership. But that never happened. And in fact, if you compare the two candidates, I dare say, even in terms of understanding of the role that the chairperson of the African Union Commission plays, Raila Amolo Odinga was way much above the gentleman who eventually won. And this is easily demonstrated by the speech of the gentleman who was now declared the winner, when he came out and said, oh, they came with money, they know, but we only came with God. It shows a complete different understanding of what that role is. What I expected of Mohammed is that he would have said, we are now here as a continent. My role now is to act as a key advisor of all these 55 presidents. You know, a lot of people did not understand the role that Raila Amolo Odinga was going to play as the chairperson of the African Union Commission. The African Union Commission was established in 2001 and commissioned in 2002 as an organ to develop policy to support the African Union, heads of states. Mr. Speaker, you could equate it to the Council of Governors, where you have the Secretariat of the Council of Governors. The Council of Governors advises the 47 governors that we have in this country. So people took it differently, you know, but that demonstrates, that shows how powerful Raila Amolo Odinga is in this continent. When you sit with the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, he'll tell you that the vision he has for Africa is to unite the Nile, is to drench the Nile, so that transport, we can have transport directly from Egypt coming down to East Africa. I hope that now the new chairperson of the African Union would be able to borrow that from Raila Amolo Odinga. I love what Raila Amolo Odinga said, that I'm still available to offer my services, my advice to the African continent, if any other position arises. That shows maturity when it comes to leading Africa. We're a continent that is divided. And unless we all sit down together and reevaluate the 2063 goals of the African Union, by 2063, you will still find African countries that still people beg in the streets. I think I'm tired of seeing people beg. I'm tired of going to our counties and finding that we have got no medicine. Just because of the algorithm that is developed by international communities or India, United Kingdom, the US, when it comes to selling all their drugs to this country, that we cannot even develop our own drugs to be able to help our people get better. We just have to depend on this algorithm. I think it is about time that even if Raila Amolo Odinga did not become the chairperson of the African Union Commission, it is time for us to sit down with His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga and say, can you please demystify your vision so that even here in Kenya, we can be able to develop our foreign policy. We can be able to develop our foreign policy in a way that it assists us develop this nation. You know, when you sit with certain cabinet secretaries, they will tell you that the amount of wealth that we have in this country is enough to allow us pay all our debt, to allow us be able to lend money to other countries. These are things that we need to be discussing now. If we invest heavily in the mining sector of this country, we can be able to develop our economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I sit here, even the text messages that I receive of the potential of my own county of Narok when it comes to minerals is overwhelming. When I receive text messages of the potentials of where my good friend, the vice chair of PAC comes from, Taita Taveta, the potential of that county, the potential of Kwale in terms of the mining sector, that is enough to be able to help us leapfrog. And Mr. Speaker, with this current debate where America is talking about America first, where Germany is talking about Germany first, where they are saying now it is time for us to be real Americans. If you are a foreigner, ship off and go back to your country. I think it's about time that we take that unfortunate policy direction to make it better for us. Always take something negative and make something positive out of the outcome of it. If we can get these African brains who were economic refugees in America, who are economic refugees in Germany, come back and commit themselves in our continent, we can then be able to make a lot of progress. Mr. Speaker, I see this as a great opportunity for us to have our discussions on how we are going to end poverty in this African continent. Not only to talk about the war in DRC and Congo. You know, it's only the bearer, the wearer of the shoe that knows where it hurts the most. When people criticize the president of Rwanda for taking a particular position when it comes to this issue of the war, the conflict with DRC, they are not the ones who are going to receive all those refugees who are going to troop into that country, small country. It is only him who knows the position. So when my colleagues talk about us or criticize the current president of this republic that he should have taken a different position, the position that SADC wanted to be taken. Yet, His Excellency President William Ruto is the chairperson of the East African Commission. What do they expect him to do? To go there and deviate from the role that the East African community want, for him to go and give his vision? I think it is important for all of us to understand the dynamics that plays. It is important for us to understand what is in our interest. If we have our neighbors being stable, it helps this country. If Rwanda is stable, Kenya is assisted. If Tanzania is stable, Kenya is able to trade with Tanzania. But now, when we say that because SADC countries want a particular position, do we even go back and ask ourselves, what is this position? What exactly is fueling this position? When you take some time and you try to understand the dynamics, when you look at the economy of the DRC, you will see a lot of minerals in that country. When you look at the economy of South Africa, you will see a lot of minerals. Anyone who would want to be able to have a position contrary to what other superpowers want would want to align themselves in a position whereby they say, we are developing these minerals for ourselves, so let us bring our interests together, and that, in most cases, if we just jump in and we say, yes, this is the way to go, we might end up being isolated. So, Mr. Speaker, what His Excellency Raila Amolo did is something that, for me, I will always remember him as someone who has put the interest of not only Kenya, but African continent first before his own personal interest. You know, some of us, Mr. Speaker, in some of our own religious or personal moments, we even contemplated saying, since the position of the chairperson of the African Union Commission is to advise on policy, on the economy, politics, you know, as well as other areas to do with social affairs, why not split that commission into two? Why not split? And then we converge, we come together and sit down. Why don't we say the Anglophone countries have one commissioner, the chairperson, the other one has another commission, so that we now come and say, these are our social issues. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you find that the now current chairperson of the African Union is talking about, they came with all these, but we just came with God, instead of advancing and saying, now that the elections are over, let us go together as one, what would you conclude on? In my simple conclusion is that our differences in terms of our cultural upbringing will never help us be able to see that as diversity, as adding diversity. but it will always show us as if we are different. Mr. Speaker, there are people who, when you ask them, you know, in this world there are people who give advice differently. Some of them will tell you, if you want to know whether somebody is rich, look at their hand or look at their 2 fingers. If this finger is longer than the index finger, then that means that person is rich. So those ones will always believe like that. There's no way you can come and change and say, maybe it's just the way your bone structure is formed. They will believe that you are the rich person. I want that we focus now, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to our foreign policy, I want us to focus on how we can be able to ease trade among our African countries. I want us to see how we can be able to utilize the Nile. You know, the source of the Nile is in the East Africa. It is the only river that goes up that East Africa does not control. How can you not control the source of your river? It is controlled in Egypt. Ethiopia and Egypt fight over it. But the source of it is where? Is in Uganda and Kenya. So really, it is time for us now to start asking ourselves, how are we going to benefit from our own resources? We cannot be slaves of our own resources. We now have to sit down and ask ourselves, now that we failed in making sure that we have Raila Odinga as a chairperson of the African Union Commission, why don't we rethinking and bring it back home and say, we have the East African community. Can we set up an East African commission that will look at our policy, will look at our politics, will look at our economic affairs, will look at our social affairs, and try to figure out how do we create this shock absorber. Today, Mr. Speaker, when you hear a president taking a position, and I think those wise men who set up the African Commission and we put up a chairperson was very wise. Because they did not want a president taking a particular position. They said, let us seek advice from an expert. That is why they set up. I think now we need to start changing, also looking at home, close to home, the East African community. It will be important, Mr. Speaker, that in the East African community, we achieve the goal of Julius Kambarage Nyerere. We achieve the goal of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. We achieve the goal of, what was the guy from Uganda called? I've forgotten his name. Milton Obote. I think it was Milton Obote. These are distinguished men who came before us. They are the ones who said, as a community, let us live together. If today you spend time with the president of Uganda, the only thing he'll talk about is the ideas of Julius Nyerere, the ideas of Milton Obote, the ideas of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Let us now bring this debate back home. Let us stop whining and saying, oh, we lost because of ABCD. Let us build our East African community. Let us set up a commission here that will be able to guide us. We need to end poverty in Kenya. It is wrong, Mr. Speaker, for us as politicians. Every day you wake up. If you wake up in the morning, like 3 in the morning, and you just want to pray, and you accidentally take your phone to remind you, maybe on the subject that you wanted to pray about, the first text message that comes is that, oh, Mheshimiwa, my mother is very sick, I need X amount of money. You know? I long for the time when, in Kenya, no one will ever pick up a phone and send to a politician to say, please help pay for my medical bill, because our health care will work. You know, because our road infrastructure will work. Our education system will work. That is where we should put all our effort in this. And I believe that when we come together, President William Ruto, Raila Odinga, working together, this Senate and the National Assembly, I think for once we'll be able to make a difference. I want to congratulate once again His Excellency Raila Odinga for the spirited effort. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, let me take 30 seconds. I wish I had more time to really condole with the family of our departed brother, William Kiptum. Cheptumo, not Kiptum, Cheptumo. This is a gentleman whom I really knew very well. I admired his dedication to the rule of law. I admired his reasoning when it comes to argument that has to do with the Constitution. He will be missed, and I want to tell the family that we are together and will forever pray with you.
Honorable Senators.
Is that the mood of this honorable house? Okay. Honorable Senators, I put the question that pursuant to standing order 32.1, the Senate approves its calendar regular sessions for the fourth session, February to December 2025, end on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 19th February 2025. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, proceed to your seat. Senators, I have a communication here to make on the visiting staff from the Office of the Leader of the Opposition Parliament of Uganda. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of 5 staff from the Office of the Leader of Opposition of the Parliament of Uganda. The delegation is on a benchmarking visit in the Senate. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation, and on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. Senator Boni Karwale. And 1 minute, please. No, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing me to welcome our visitors to this Senate with one important observation, that let it go on record that it is the wish of the Senate of Kenya that Dr. Besigye, who has long served in Uganda in the office of the Leader of the Opposition, be set free. And Mr. Speaker, I say these things with maximum respect, because when I was a small boy at the School of Medicine at the University of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker,
Order, Senators. Proceed, Senator Boni Karwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
30 more seconds, finish.
Mr. Speaker, I say this with maximum respect because, Mr. Speaker, I recall when I was a small boy at the School of Medicine at the University of Nairobi, Dr. Besigye was a doctor at Nairobi Hospital. We drank from his extensive knowledge as a medical scientist, and Mr. Speaker, he has remained a friend. The last time I was with him was at the Sheraton's Hotel when he had visited Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we would like this staff to go back, knowing that the values of East Africa, they guide all the patriotic sons of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and indeed the DRC. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna Edwin. Just under 1 minute, kindly.
Honorable Speaker, as Senator of Nairobi, where we are seated today, I want to take opportunity on behalf of the House to welcome the delegation from Uganda, the leader of opposition's office. Honorable Speaker, I must say that as a leader of opposition in Kenya myself, it is very easy. It is very easy to be in the opposition in Kenya because we are protected by a very robust constitution for which many people died, and ensure that we have the freedom to speak, freedom to associate, and freedom to exercise our own choices. Unfortunately for our friends in Uganda, some people in this country, in Kenya, are trying to drag us back to the dark days where we used to have dictatorship in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is something that is quite shameful and painful to me individually as a senator of the Council of Nairobi.
Senators, we are welcoming distinguished visitors from our neighbor, Uganda. Senator Matinga, Senator Mofaya, Senator Chaligei.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying that it is something that causes me personal pain and embarrassment as a senator of Nairobi, that Dr. Kizza Besigye is facing the things that he's facing right now, including an illegal and unconstitutional court-martial, because he was abducted in my own city in Nairobi. It causes me great embarrassment as a Kenyan that we handed over Dr. Kizza Besigye, who's a personal friend of mine, Honorable Speaker, to the authorities in Uganda. And despite the fact that the Supreme Court of Uganda has said that that trial is unconstitutional and should be discontinued, the state in Uganda continues to refuse to disobey that court. So therefore, the delegation from Uganda, know that you have brothers in Kenya who will stand on guard to ensure that we free Dr. Kizza Besigye and we restore Kenya as a safe haven for all the people who believe in democracy in this country, in this world. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I welcome them. Let them feel free in Kenya, knowing that the constitution of our country guarantees freedoms for all. I thank you.
What is your point of information, Senator Chaligei? Who do you want to inform and he is already seated? And he doesn't need your information.
Clarity. On point of clarity, Mr. Speaker, I raise understanding order 98 on a point of order and 101 on contents of speech. I needed clarity on our standing orders. And my professor of law is here. Is it in order for us to discuss an active case in another jurisdiction of Kizza Besigye that is being considered by High Court in Kampala, Mr. Speaker? Yet our standing orders are very clear that when a matter is active in court, it should not be conversed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have not even finished. Mr. Speaker, in fact, you are the ones embarrassing the Senate by questioning sovereignty. You are, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker,
have your seat. Senator Chaligei, you know, sometimes you don't cause unnecessary drama in front of visitors. Honourable senators. Honourable senators, Senator Chaligei. Senator Chaligei. Senator Chaligei. Honourable Senator Chaligei. I will not call your name another 2 times. Senator Chaligei, why are you misbehaving? Why? Honourable senators, I would like to acknowledge Senator Henry Okech. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon visiting teachers and students from Kawongo Secondary School in Mwingi North Constituency, Kitui County. The delegation comprises of 4 teachers and 42 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our history tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Senator Wambua, welcome the students from Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Senators, let me give this last warning.
Please.
I say again, when the chair is on his feet, there is no parliament in the world where members open their mouth or even attempt to open their mouth. It is only in the Senate, especially today, when I'm reading very clear information for you, for your consumption, then you are busy talking and others hugging, others doing funny things. So this is the last warning that I'm giving you, Honorable Senators. We must instill discipline in the Senate. Otherwise, we look very responsible. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to pick from your cue and welcome students and teachers from Kamawongo Secondary School in Mwingi North constituency and tell them that this is where leaders in this country exchange ideas and build the nation. What they are witnessing now is just a small matter, but Mr. Speaker, I am very, very disappointed with my neighbor, my friend, my brother, Senator Gataya. Senator Gataya, you owe those children and their teachers an apology. Mr. Speaker, when you called me to invite and welcome the students, Senator Gataya spoke from his chair in Kiswahili and he said, "Wakona njaa sana." Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, we can never sing that low. It doesn't matter what the students and their teachers are going through. That is their case with their God. You cannot profile a community through an attack to students who have chosen to visit the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I would require an apology from Senator Gataya. Lastly, Mr. Speaker.
No, before you proceed, you know, that is not the behavior of the Senate. So, Senator Mwenda Gataya, if you have really uttered such ones, then you should honorably apologize. Give him the mic to convey that apology. If that is what you said.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. But my intention was not to hurt Senator Wambua or the children. My intention was to make sure that, we have a tradition. Whenever school visits, we normally give them sodas and mikates on behalf of... that was my intention, Chair. Kamugongo is my neighboring school, but I am going to apologize if that is... it has been taken in bad faith, I apologize. But my intention was to make sure that we buy them sodas and mikates. This is my neighboring school. Yes.
No. Members, honorable members. Finish with Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order number 126, which says, Mr. Speaker, any senator may at any time, on a point of order, invite the Speaker or the chairperson of a committee to name another senator for gross disorderly conduct. Mr. Speaker, unlike many professionals in this country, I know how it feels for a young man to sleep with hunger bangs because there's no food at home.
The standing
Mr.
order
Speaker,
you have quoted 126. Before you proceed, is action to be taken on refusal to withdraw. Senator Mwenda Katai has apologized.
Mr. Speaker,
if he was,
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me.
So now which is standing order?
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me.
This matter has been closed. Please, Senator Wambua.
Speaker, let's close that matter. Senator Gataya has apologized. We take his apology, but will not accept assent.
Senator Wambua, now,
to
once
even buy
a member
anything for those children,
apologizes,
Mr. Speaker.
just don't open that matter again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kindly.
Mr. Speaker, so I welcome the students, and they should feel really at the place where they were going. The Senate of the Republic of Kenya, a Senate that debates issues, not personalities or conditions that people go through. The Speaker, secondly and lastly, as the leader of the opposition in the House, I join you and my colleagues to welcome the delegation from Uganda, and I stand in the same shoes that other colleagues have stood in. The Speaker, Kizza Besigye must be set free. He must be set free. So, Speaker, we have a motion that is coming up, which we began in the morning. The behavior of the national executive and its consequences to our international outlook. The fact that Kizza Besigye was abducted in Kenya and repatriated to Uganda, the Speaker, that speaks volumes about our foreign policy. Kizza Besigye must be set free. I thank you.
Next order.
Order number 13, motion, recording the thanks of the Senate on Kenya's attempt for the position of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, AUC. Resumption of debate.
Honorable Senators, there is no senator who was on the floor in the morning, so I want to check whether these senators on the screen, whether they want to contribute to the Senator Ososi Godfrey.
No, it should be Sifuna first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking my party leader, Honorable Raila Odinga, for the credible effort he put in the campaigns to become the African Union Commission chairperson. Mr. Speaker, as has been said by my colleagues before, Honorable Raila put in a lot of energy, a lot of attention, and a lot of effort in attempts to secure this position. And we know that Honorable Raila has a Pan-African spirit, and he has many friends across Africa. But the effort that he put in was not necessarily reflected in the results because there were many factors at play. There were national interests, regional interests, and continental interests, and to some extent international interests that came to play. But we thank God that Honorable Raila put in a very credible effort. And as has been said, he withdrew from the race just before they went to the 6th round. And those who have been saying that Raila Odinga does not accept defeat, you saw it for yourself. Raila put the interest of Africa first, because if we had gone to the 7th round, the implication was that
the election of the AUC chair was going to be suspended for another 6 months, and therefore putting Africa at risk in terms of management of the African Union. So that was a great show of Pan-Africanism. That was a great show of a person who believes in democracy. And that has always been his stand. We also want to thank the country Kenya for the support that they extended to Honorable Raila Odinga in his campaign. And I want to state very clearly here that Honorable Raila was not persuaded by anyone to vie for the position of AUC chair. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege to accompany Honorable Raila in February 2023 at the height when we were agitating for a number of things, including high prices and all that. And I traveled with him to Abuja, Nigeria. And by then, the conversation had already started on the issue of African Union. So I want to make it very clear that it was not at the instigation of anyone. It was his own decision to vie, and because he belongs to the country Kenya, we want to thank the leadership of the country for agreeing to support him as a country. Mr. Speaker, Raila Odinga is the candidate that Africa needed at this point in time. A candidate or an AUC chair who was going to make huge contribution, especially on matters of infrastructure, which he has huge passion for, on matters of unity, on matters of empowerment of African youth who comprise over 50% of the population of Africa. Mr. Speaker, the elections have come and gone, and we know who won the election. Let us discuss, let us engage on the results, but we must engage with caution. I have seen people posting names of countries and how they voted. Madam Speaker, it's so difficult to know how countries voted because it is secret ballot. I don't know where they're getting that information. Because when you say so-and-so did not vote for us, it has a risk of getting us into a bigger diplomatic mess. So I want to request those who are telling us how countries voted to go slow on that, because we are going to even get deeper into diplomatic crisis. Madam Speaker, I know some people have been saying Frankfurt never voted. But Madam Speaker, if you look at other elections that happened before the election of AUC chair, we had the election of the permanent representative committees of the AU. If you look at these 4 slots of commissioners that were elected, they were all from the Anglophone countries. We had 2 people from West Africa, that is Nigeria and Ghana, and 2 people from Southern Africa, South Africa, and Eswatini. They are all Anglophone countries. So let's not speculate too much on who voted for who, because we don't have that information. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the reactions, and I want to castigate those members who said here that one of the reasons why we lost is because so many Kenyans went to Addis Ababa. Madam Speaker, I'm one of the people who went to Addis Ababa. I paid for myself. I paid for my flight, I paid for my accommodation, and I paid for everything. And I know many, many other people, especially from the ODM party. Some even traveled by bus through Moyale to go. And the reason why they went there is because of the love for Baba. It was because of love for Baba. So let no one start a narrative here that people are paid for to go and witness the election of AUC. That is not true, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know there are those who are celebrating. They have their own reasons to celebrate. And they have the freedom to make a decision on which way and celebrate on which way to go. But I just wish that Kenyans, we come together whenever we go on the international scene. Madam Speaker, there are countries which are divided, but whenever they go to the international scene, they come together. I can give you an example of Nigeria, which is historically divided between the north and the south. But when the national team of Nigeria, the Super Eagles, is playing, even Boko Haram stops fighting. The east, the north, and the south, they are all together. I think that's the culture that this country needs to adopt. I'm not saying those who are celebrating did a bad thing. They have their own right to do that. I know some of the people who are celebrating, they are actually Baba's supporters. Not all of them are anti-Baba. So they have a right to celebrate. But I just want to insist that whenever we go on the international scene, let us display patriotism and love for each other. Madam Speaker, let me now come to what people have been debating. And I want to speak as the ODM deputy party leader. That please, those who are speculating about our next move, please give us a break. ODM is a strong party with a strong leader. We are reflecting, and when we make a decision, it will not be because Cheregei has told us how to act. It will not be because some people on the streets are telling us how to, our next move. The decisions that the party makes are processed through the party organs of the party. So let people stop speculating to tell us, oh, now we are going to go this direction. ODM is not a village party. This is a serious party that has structures, and a party that makes decisions through consultation. Give us time. We are reflecting. But the most important and primary task we have as a party is to continue with the process of strengthening our party. And in the next few days, we are going to do that by having meetings in Western Kenya, Bungoma and Busia. So those who are speculating and saying, oh, Nadiko, oh, what? We have not reached that stage. Anyone who wants to talk to ODM knows where to start. You start by talking to Baba. And you start by engaging the structures of the party. You don't go on the street and start telling us, oh, now ODM, now we think the next thing you need to do is this and this. We are telling you, if you are sending those boys, Akina Cheregei and the others, tell them ODM is such a serious party that he knows what to do.
Honorable Senator, you know the parliamentary language when you are referring to your colleagues. Can you withdraw the reference of use of term boys to
Madam
describe
Speaker,
a senator?
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry for that. I withdraw.
Withdraw.
But I was just demonstrating a point. Madam Speaker, I was demonstrating a point.
What's your point of order, Senator Methu? Yes, proceed. Proceed, Senator Osotsi.
Madam Speaker, I would not have wanted to interrupt the Deputy Party Leader of ODM Party. I'm rising pursuant to Standing Order 105, responsibility for a statement of fact. Now that, Honourable Speaker, we want to follow the debate and we want to understand where the Deputy Party Leader of ODM is coming from, and he's a senior official in the party. May I ask that he expound so that for our own consumption and for our own knowledge, who are these people that he's referring that are sending boys to their party? I think it is fair that he expounds so that we are able to follow the conversation and follow the debate.
Senator Sotsi, can you elaborate?
You know, Senator
But without
Methu,
the reference of the word boys, because that name has been withdrawn.
I withdraw the word the boys. But, you know, Senator Methu is such a very intelligent leader. And you have been reading newspapers. You have been following social media. And you have heard people make statements in the media regarding what the next steps of ODM should be. I made reference to Senator Cheregei, who has even come out, even on the floor of this house, to even allocate positions to our party. In the morning, in his contribution, he said that they are going to allocate this kind of position in the party. That is why I was making reference to say that please, speculators and our competitors from either side, please give us a break. We know what we are doing. We knew that in this election there can only be two results, either a win or a loss. And we were prepared for that. So give us a break. We are an organized party. We are a big party. And the ODM does not implement its decision based on public hallucination or perception. We make concrete decisions that are for the betterment of our membership. And that is the position, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Boni?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, I heard the Senator for Nyandarua very well. Could the Chair please invite Senator Osotsi to respond to that point of order? His point of order was, who is sending the boys? That is the clarification we wanted. Once you tell us those boys, it doesn't matter whether you call them boys
Senator
or what.
Boni,
but once you tell us, yes, sir, man.
We have restrained the use of unparliamentary language. The term boys was withdrawn.
So,
don't use it again.
Yeah. The point of order, Madam Speaker, was the identity of the person or people who are sending the people he called those names. Who is this force?
Proceed, Senator Osotsi. I believe it should take less than a minute to clarify that.
My time is being eaten into, but very clearly that what I was trying to imply, Madam Speaker, is that we are getting a lot of unsolicited advice from people who are not members of ODM party, telling us what to do next. We do not want that advice because we are a strong party that has structures and that has systems on how decisions are made. So let them give us a break. We are reflecting and we will make the right decision. And we went to this election knowing there are two results, a win or a loss. And we were prepared for both. So all this hallucination and perception should immediately stop. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Senator Osotsi. Senator Edwin Sifuna Watenya, Deputy Minority.
Honorable Speaker, it is an honor to go after my Deputy Party Leader has spoken on the position of the party. Honorable Speaker, I want first of all to echo the words that the Senator for Vihiga has said, that we as ODM are extremely proud of the campaign that was run by our party leader, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We are extremely proud, Honorable Speaker, because even some of us who are way younger than us were envious of his energy to put in all those hours of flights, to go to all those capitals, to go and speak to all of those people so that they can be able to support him. There is consensus across the country, Honorable Speaker, that there was nothing wrong with the candidate. We presented the best possible candidate Kenya could have. If you look at his stellar experience in public life, even on the continent as the AU infrastructure envoy for the past few years, Honorable Speaker, we had the best candidate we could put forward. Honorable Speaker, last year, I had opportunity to be a part of an observer mission, and it was the first time that I was undertaking such duties in my entire life. We were part of an observer mission for the elections in Somaliland. And that is when, Honorable Speaker, I came to realize that sometimes the decisions that are taken in our internal borders or in the borders of one country, we think sometimes that they are entirely our decision. But I'm telling you, Honorable Speaker, I learned that many, many people, especially your neighbors, your geopolitical neighbors, have interest in what happens in your country. Honorable Speaker, when we were there, we realized that many of the countries around Somaliland had an interest. Addis Ababa had an interest in the election in Somaliland. The people of Djibouti were watching very keenly to see what happens in Somaliland, and of course Somalia itself, because they claim that Somaliland is part of the region of Somalia. Honorable Speaker, what that experience showed me is that I am totally blindsided as a legislator, as a leader in this country, when it comes to global geopolitics. It is no wonder, Honorable Speaker, I made a decision, conscious decision, to join the committee in this House that deals with foreign relations. Because for me, Honorable Speaker, I have always felt that the lack of clarity when it comes to Kenya's foreign policy positions is a problem for even some of us. Honorable Speaker, I will give you another anecdote before I say what I want to say. When I began my journey in politics, I tried my hand in a rural constituency called Kandui. And I remember, Honorable Speaker, we used to send representatives to funerals. For instance, because I used to operate out of Nairobi, I couldn't attend all functions. And I remember the advice of one old man, that the people you send who speak in your name, Madam Speaker, they are as important as you. Sometimes even more important than you. Because that face that they see determines whether they elect you or they don't. Honorable Speaker, I was told, you must do family background checks. I can see Khalwale looking at me. Honorable Speaker, if Khalwale sends somebody to represent him at a function in Malinya, and that person has questionable character, like for instance, he's a night runner, or he's a murderer, or he has bad manners generally, then the reputation of that person rubs on you as a candidate. I want to say very clearly that there is consensus that there was nothing wrong with our candidate. The problem, as I see it and as I understand it, is the bad manners of the Republic that he was fronted by. And I want to go through those bad manners, Honorable Speaker, because it is something that is worrying to us. Honorable Speaker, people make decisions based on how they feel about you, your relationship with them. And I believe the election of the AU was no different. We were all very perturbed when a few months ago, some leaders of a rebel movement were granted opportunity to speak from our shows here. And Honorable Speaker, this I want to draw the distinctions between what Raila Odinga believes in, the things that I know he believes in, and the positions that have been taken by our country that are diametrically opposed to the things that he believes in. Raila Odinga is a Democrat. He would never support the appending of power other than by means of democratic processes. He would never support a situation where you have people who are threatening peace and stability in a neighboring country, and then you grant them, a stage for them to be able to perpetuate this division in their own homes. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, you have this Pan-Africanist who believes in democracy, who believes in the democratically elected government in the DRC, and then you have your own country, the sponsoring country, allowing rebel movements to have a stage in our own republic to say things and undermine democratically elected governments back home. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, there are certain things that I actually believe, like global conflicts, that I admit that maybe I do not have the solution. But Honorable Speaker, when your country takes a position on that, you instantly make enemies and friends. And the clearest example to me is the conflict in the Middle East. This is one of the most complex global conflicts, Honorable Speaker. And many people have gotten to a place where we feel that even the proposed solutions that used to appear like they could work, as days go by and the events in the Middle East continue to unfold, we start to feel like maybe there is no solution to these problems. Honorable Raila Odinga is my party leader. I have had him publicly take a position to support the Palestinian people and say that they have a right to a home. Honorable Speaker, that is the position of the candidate. But what is the position of the sponsoring country? Honorable Speaker, when the sponsoring country takes up an opposite position to the candidate, then it presents a problem. So these conflicts between the position of the candidate and the position taken by government, I believe, contributed to the situation that we are right now. Honorable Speaker, of course, all of us know that once conflict erupted in the DRC, there are certain notions, especially from countries and players in that particular country, that Kenya's position was not a position that was advancing the security and peace of the DRC. Honorable Speaker, we have a very strong voting bloc, the Southern African Development Community. You know the position that they took at the AU. One of the biggest countries and most influential countries in that particular bloc is South Africa. South Africa lost 13 soldiers out of that eruption of violence in Eastern DRC just a few weeks ago. The feeling that I have seen amongst many of these people is that that conflict and that emergence of violence was mishandled by the regions, and especially by Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the evidence is in the fact that when our head of state called for a regional summit to discuss that conflict, in fact, the DRC refused to attend. Honorable Speaker, these political decisions that we make here internally, Madam Speaker, they have global implications. The positions we take as a country have implications of how the rest of the country, the world views us and our standing in the community of nations. Honorable Speaker, most of us were shocked. Just a few days ago, I was sitting at KICC, and there was a red carpet rolled out, and there were very lovely ushers there. And I remember asking them, and they were all dressed in a shade of red, I think.
Point of information.
It's called...
Point of information. Point of information.
Would you wish to be informed by
It's
Senator?
going to mess my flow of
Senator
thoughts.
Eddie.
But let him inform you.
Senator Eddie, do not mess the flow of thought from the Honourable Senator's submission.
Madam Speaker, this is one of my favorite leaders in the minority side, so I wouldn't want to sometimes interfere with this point of information. But I think I've listened to him using the word position of country interchangeably. Leader is that there is no country's foreign policy decision and written to those effects of those insights that you have shared. So I just wanted to make that distinction that position of country is different from position of individuals.
Thank you, Honorable Eddie. I think I meant the position of the state of the Republic of Kenya as enunciated by the head of state, the Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto. And Honorable Speaker, when countries deal with you, the position is articulated by the head of state. I mean, if you tell the people of Djibouti to tell you what the position of Kenya is on an issue, they will most likely go with the position that has been enunciated by the head of state. Honorable Speaker, I was on the question of the presence of the RSF from the Sudan in Nairobi. Again, Honorable Speaker, the newspaper reports were that they were here to sign some pact that was going to put in place a new government in the Sudan. Why are we meddling in the situation in the Sudan when we know there are two warring factions? We used to play a role of mediator. When the president was President Moi, he was known for being a peacemaker. This country used to be known as a diplomatic hub where these global and regional problems were resolved. But it is no longer the case because we appear, at least the appearance of intermeddling with the internal affairs of our other countries and especially our neighbors is hurting our image. So, Honorable Speaker, after that vote was taken, I have seen a lot of submissions and people talking and saying, oh, there were Kenyans who are unpatriotic. But I want to remind Kenyans that we are a very divisive society. We have to come to accept. In fact, Honorable Speaker, as a political leader in this country, we have held the position that you must allow people to criticize you. You must allow people to insult you because, as you know, you are a lawyer like myself, Honorable Speaker, the High Court, our own High Court, has ruled that the freedom of expression extends to insults. That there is no requirement, and Senior Counsel is here, he can tell us, there is no constitutional imperative that when somebody speaks to you, they are nice to you. There is nothing like that. The protections or the limits to which the freedom of speech can reach are only the ones set out under the Constitution, and they don't extend to those things. So, Honorable Speaker, there is this debate about patriotism, and I've asked myself, what is this thing called patriotism? Honorable Speaker, we live in the city here, and in Nairobi we have one simple rule. If you love me, I will love you back. But if you do not show me love, there is no way you can expect commensurate affection from me. It is that simple. You love the people and the things that love you back. Honorable Speaker, when you speak to many of the young people, they feel that this country does not love them. From the day that you are born, Honorable Speaker, look at the situation in our maternities. Look at the situation in hospitals like Mama Lucy. The country, because of our failures to provide proper health care, is actively trying to kill you from the day that you are born. That is the situation we are born into. If you compare to other countries, Honorable Speaker, and we have traveled the country, the world, and we have seen, from the days that you are born, the way the country takes care of you, the sort of maternal health care that you are given, the sort of nutrition that you are given, you can see a country trying its best to make you survive, not a country actively coming after your life. Honorable Speaker, we go to places and we see education is free from primary school to the university. The country is actively trying to mold you into a proper citizen for the benefit of the country. It is very easy to love a country like that. But what is the situation in Nairobi? What is the situation in Kenya? Honorable Speaker, we have not done enough to make people feel like they belong to this country and that this country works for them. You cannot therefore fault people when they express anger against their own country. You cannot fault people. Patriotism, in fact, is defined not as loving your government, but loving your country. And when things are wrong, Honorable Speaker, we have a right to say that they are wrong. The politics of Kenya is very divisive. You know, people here pontificate as if the result had been different, Honorable Speaker. Can we honestly all guarantee that there would have been restraint on all of us, that we would not have over-celebrated to the annoyance of those who don't believe in our quest? Nobody can give you that guarantee. People are allowed to celebrate or to cry or to whatever, express themselves as much as they wanted. But I know Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is the most insulted political leader in Kenya. Every single day you wake up, he's trending on Twitter, he's trending on Facebook, he's a headline in at least 3 newspapers per week. He doesn't appear to be fazed by any of those things because he understands you have to have a thick skin as a political leader in this space. If you put yourself out in the public, you can expect people to be insulted. To insult you. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, there are people who want to use this so-called celebration in Nyeri. And when I watched that clip, Honorable Speaker, it was 2 Mama Mbogas at a market in Karatina. And when people speak about it, you can think the entire region of Mount Kenya. And in fact, the most annoying and saddest thing was attempts by leaders, some in very senior positions in parliament, trying to extrapolate and make it look like it is the people of a mountain celebrating Raila's loss. Honorable Speaker, these are the things that bring division in our country. As SG of ODM, I am aware that for the first time in the last election, Raila Odinga got over 1 million votes in the election. You cannot tell me that those million people who are in Mount Kenya can be dumped or lumped into those who do not support the politics of Raila Odinga. These are the things we must do. We must speak in a way that ensures we remain cohesive as a society and we don't marginalize anyone. Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by speaking to the speculation. There's people who want to put words into Raila's mouth. Honorable Speaker, when Baba, Raila Odinga, wanted to run for the elections in 2022, he called a major rally, and I was present at that rally at Kasarani. He announced it himself that I would want to seek the presidency of the Republic of Kenya. When he wanted to run for this AUC position, Honorable Speaker, he himself called a press conference. I remember only seeing the former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, there at that press conference. He told us with his own mouth that this is what he wants to do. Honorable Speaker, therefore, when Baba wants something, he will tell us himself. These people who have abrogated themselves the role of speaking for Raila Odinga and telling him, oh, we will look for a space to accommodate you. Baba has many, many roles. He's a party leader of ODM. He's a leader of opposition. He's a father. He's a husband. He's a grandfather. He is not idle. Baba is not idle. He has things to do. So please, these people, I have seen even some colleagues from this Senate coming up and proposing ridiculous things like amending a constitution just to look for a position for Raila. What do you mean? In fact, as the father of this constitution, it insults Raila greatly if you can stand up and say you are going to amend a constitution just to look for a seat for him. That is not what he fought for. That is not why he fought for this constitution, Honorable Speaker. And the leader of the country today is the one during the campaigns who told us that for a change, we must stop looking for positions for leaders. Let us start with the Mamamboga. Let us start with the Boda Boda person. Let us start with other people, because all this time we have been talking about leaders. I want to say without fear of contradiction that if Baba wants something, he will tell us himself. All these people running around and saying, oh, we will look for this, we will look for that. How do you know? He's not interested. Has he told you he's interested? And he has a mouth for himself. Do you know, Honorable Speaker, that despite me being the SG of ODM, I do not speak for Raila. He has his spokespersons. He has his spokesperson. I speak for organs of the party for which he is a member. But I cannot speak for Raila Odinga because he has his own mouth. He has his spokespersons. So please, we feel insulted as members of ODM when people run around looking for small seats here and saying, oh, we want to propose him for this, want to propose him for that. It is entirely disrespectful to Raila Odinga for you to run around claiming that you are looking for a position to accommodate him. He is not idle, as I say. Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by saying we are extremely proud of Raila Amolo Odinga. Some of us chose not to be emotionally invested in this particular campaign because, Honorable Speaker, we have been through painful moments. Some of us, I had been elected for the first time in 2022 as Senator of Nairobi. I never got opportunity to celebrate that win because my party leader had lost the most important position that we were looking to get. Honorable Speaker, we were depressed. When you see us here, we might appear in public like we are rocks. We are not. These things have an effect on us as people. We want to be left alone. We want to be left alone, Honorable Speaker, and we want people to respect our father. We want people to respect Raila Odinga. Because every time you pick him up for your other charades like the ones that people are proposing here, when ultimately it doesn't work, it is the people who believe in him who bear the brunt of the pain. Those people are not there with us. In fact, these people proposing, some of these guys proposing things here, they are inwardly very happy and they want to drag Raila Odinga into another charade that is going nowhere. We want to tell the people of Kenya that it is only you are the ones with the power to determine the future of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Nobody has the right to tell anyone in this country to retire or to come out of politics. You are not the one who put him into politics. Allow Baba to make the decision himself. And Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, because my time is over, I want to read a quotation from Martin Luther King. This quotation hangs on the walls of Raila Odinga's office in Upper Hill. Honorable Senator Eddie, please, if you can hand me my phone so that I don't move from here. Because there are people who have been threatening us, Honorable Speaker, that when we say these things, they think, oh, you are going to be kicked out from where? From what position? These positions are not permanent, Honorable Speaker. These positions are here today and tomorrow they are gone.
I add the SG.
Please,
the
just to
SG
read this.
Senator, I'm adding him 1 minute to read out that quote.
Honorable Speaker, Raila Odinga has a very famous office at Capitol Hill in Nairobi. If you go into that office, there's a quotation from Martin Luther King that hangs on his wall. And it goes like this. You may be 38 years old as I happen to be. And one day, some great opportunity stands before you and calls you to stand up for some great principle, some great issue, some great cause. And you refuse to do it because you are afraid. You refuse to do it because you want to live longer. You are afraid that you will lose your job, or you are afraid that you will be criticized, or that you will lose your popularity, or you are afraid that somebody will stab you or shoot you or bomb your house. So you refuse to take the stand. Well, you may go on and live until you're 90, but you are just as dead at 38 as you would be at 90. And the cessation of breathing in your life is but the belated announcement of an earlier death of the spirit. Honorable Speaker, those people who have been wagging this AU thing on our faces and gagging us, that thing has now been taken. We are unshackled. We're going to speak. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Senator, thank you. You are fiery this afternoon as the SG of the ODM. Senator Professor Tom Odhiambo Ojienda.
Madam Speaker,
contributing to this motion after Senator Sifuna and speaking to the very successful, I must say, for this country, bid by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga to secure the leadership of the African Union Commission, coming face to face with Madam Speaker, issues that the Secretary General of my party, ODM, has correctly enunciated this afternoon, that due to geopolitical questions that abound in the Gaza, the views of various structures, Madam Speaker, the conflict between Israel, of course, and Palestine, and all those questions, Madam Speaker, but also the geopolitical questions that in some way found their place, Madam Speaker, onto the table, onto the voting table, touching, Madam Speaker, on the conflict in the DRC that has been properly dealt with by the Secretary General Sifuna, Madam Speaker, led to several implications, Madam Speaker. For the first time, Madam Speaker, many Kenyans were learning that under the rules of the African Union, not 2 rounds, not 3, not 4, but 7 rounds are possible in an election. And we saw, Madam Speaker, that out of the 7 rounds, the first 2 rounds were successfully won by Baba, and he stepped out of the 6th round, going into the 7th. Madam Speaker, these rounds of elections speak to a number of questions, Madam Speaker. It is the democratic intention of the rules of election of the African Union to afford countries an opportunity, and leaders an opportunity, and candidates an opportunity to integrate and reintegrate Africa even during elections. And it is for that reason that it was only in the 7th round that Yusuf of Djibouti garnered the required 33 votes that are required under the rules to win an election for the AUC chairmanship. Madam Speaker, I speak not as one of those senators who have spoken to the need for thinking beyond the election. But I speak, Madam Speaker, on this podium as a senator who is concerned about the unity of this country. And that beyond the election, Madam Speaker, a framework, though I am not a party leader of ODM, though I'm not the Secretary General of ODM, a framework, of course, will eventually be found for the political party to settle onto a position. And I am sure that my political party, the ODM, is a political party that is built on structures and not on quicksand. A political party that is built on philosophical foundations, firm, and that are not only concerned about regional, but also has international concerns, that it is not a local party, as Deputy Party Leader Osoti has put it correctly this afternoon. It is a party, Madam Speaker, that speaks to structures. It is a party that speaks to posterity. It is a party that considers not local, but regional, national, and other factors, Madam Speaker. And that is why Baba was presented for election to the AUC. I am sure, Madam Speaker, when Baba finally speaks, he will speak to ideals that unite this nation. Baba will speak to ideals that will temper some of those tempers out there. He will speak to ideals that will bring together the people of Nyeri, the people of Migori, the people of Kitale, and the people of Mandera. Baba will speak to ideals, Madam Speaker, that will ensure that this nation moving on is a nation that is united under His Excellency President William Ruto. It is to those ideals that we look forward. It is to those ideals that Senator Sifuna is speaking to this afternoon. It is to those ideals, Madam Speaker, that Senator Deputy Party Leader Osotsi has spoken to this afternoon. Madam Speaker, when Martin Luther King spoke of his dream of a nation where there would be equality amongst white children and black children, he meant it. It is that history that we are living today, that we also want to speak and see a nation, Madam Speaker, where all are treated equally, where all, Madam Speaker, are treated fairly. We want to see a nation, Madam Speaker, where all can be heard in support or in dissent, Madam Speaker, where all can live in peace and safety, Madam Speaker. I have a dream. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Professor. Senator Okoita Mutata.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this House on this very important motion of Kenya's place in the international order of nations, and especially on the African continent. Before I do that, I also take the opportunity to pass my condolences and to pray for our two members of parliament who recently left us and went to be with the Mecca. I was held up yesterday in other official functions and I could not contribute to the motion when it was here. So I express my condolences and I pray that the Almighty God has mercy on them, receive them in eternal bliss, and continues guiding their families and giving them strength to cope in their absence. Having said that, and having listened to the debate that has gone on this afternoon, I don't have much to add on what happened in Addis. For what happened in Addis happened. Many people have speculated why it happened without producing any concrete evidence, but we take it as that. The fact is that we did not get the seat through the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, but we rallied behind the flag, as it's required of anybody to be patriotic. We rallied behind the flag, and so it went. But behind being patriotic is also being accountable. We have had it said on this floor that the Right Honorable former Prime Minister visited 51 countries. It would be, and also we saw a motley crowd of Kenyans, a mixture of all manner of characters in Addis Ababa during the voting. Some even engaging in shamamical expressions of anticipations of victory. I would pray that in the interest of accountability and transparency, this House be informed how much money was spent on the campaign. Was it private money? Was it public money? And if it was public money, who authorized it? Was it in the budget of Parliament? Or was it in some mischievous arrangements between the Treasury and elements in the executive? Because it is this kind of escapades where there's no accountability that are used to steal money from Kenyans. So my interest is that the campaigns are over. We rallied behind the flag, but let us be informed how much money was taken out of the Treasury, if at all, and what procedure was used to authorize that. Because I've checked the Appropriation Acts of Parliament, I've not found any provision for that campaign. And so I would want to know how much was spent on that campaign, and if Parliament was not involved, who authorized the Treasury to spend that money, if the money came from the public. The other issue that I would like to speak, yes, please inform me.
Would you like to be informed by Senator Eddy?
If it's credible.
Proceed, Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the issue that the Senator of Busia is raising is a patent issue, and he has raised a dichotomous issue. One is the issue of the campaign, and the other is the issue of those who went to Addis Ababa. It will be remiss of me not to speak on one that does affect me directly, because I did travel to Addis Ababa, and I did interact with the people who traveled to Addis Ababa to be able to give support to our own. I want to inform the Senator of Busia on the issue of those who traveled. Majority of whom I interacted with, and I also traveled to give Raila Molo Odinga support. We self-sponsored to go to Addis. And if you need the evidence to that effect, I am willing to table as many as possible of those people who believed that indeed supporting our own, just like we'll go to a rugby sevens in South Africa, or you will go to watch our sister Kipyegon run in a marathon, or you will go to watch Kipchoge in Olympic. Some of us were patriotic enough to believe that this matter was very important for the country, that we self-sponsored ourselves to get to Addis Ababa. That is an important information that I think that patriots like yourself should understand, that patriots like us did take that chance and did take that hint to be able to go and support Baba Raila Molo Odinga in Ethiopia. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Eddy. You can proceed, Senator Oki.
Thanks for the unverified information. I would love to see you table that you have promised to table, to demonstrate to this House that people self-sponsored. In the absence of that, you hold your horses and forever keep quiet. Moving on,
Senator Okia, the Honorable Senator actually offered before being prompted that he could table the evidence. So it shouldn't be an area of contention. He can bring that evidence and table.
It's not an area of contention, but it's an attempt to sugarcoat a tablet. And that sugarcoating the one I'm guarding against.
Which you would conclude after he tables and you find it's sugar-coated. That's the only time you
he needs to produce
have rendered a fair judgment on the issue.
As well as Soyinka tells us.
So Senator Eddy, you will be allowed to table that evidence that you paid your own ticket and you paid your own. Okay.
Thank you, my
Proceed.
brother. Having said that, money issues aside, a lot has been said about foreign policy. Where I stand, foreign policy basically means how attractive are you to others, or how threatening are you to others. If you have no nuclear weapons, you cannot be threatening in the modern world. So you must have something attractive. Therefore, to be attractive, it means that your domestic policy, your domestics are okay. So, for me, I think the problem we have is, in framing what you call a foreign policy, is on the domestic front. You cannot have a foreign policy worth talking of if the rule of law is disregarded. People who have got a different opinion are abducted. Foreigners who seek refuge here are kidnapped and repatriated, extradited, or whatever the word is, to their countries without due process. All those things, when you can't pay your schools, your universities, your hospitals, everything is in a mess. Your domestic, your debts are unserviceable. You can't talk of a foreign policy when the home front is on fire. You can only talk of a foreign policy when and if the home front is proper. And so when you talk of the home front, we have got this thing of governance by merchant values. Some may call it deal making, but almost what you talk of the merchants of Venice in the plays of Shakespeare. Here we are, that today in Nairobi, we have the Janjaweed being allowed to open an office. This is a genocidal organ that tried to eliminate black people, and it killed millions of black people. It was not even religious, because the people in Darfur are largely Muslim, profess the Muslim faith, but they were killed because they were not Arabs by this group. It's a record, it's a matter of public notoriety, that the Janjaweed, which has now been given an office in Nairobi to operate from, has a history of trying to eliminate black people. What do we stand for as a country? Who has benefited from that process? Where is the due process leading to that particular decision? Article 10 of the Constitution is very clear. And it's very clear by stating that policy decisions, and that tax the executive, must be subjected to public participation. At the very least, a paper should have been tabled in Parliament on the issue of Kenya wishing to go to bed with the Janjaweed. Then you could debate it. Also surprising is that this thing has happened so soon after the Addis Ababa debacle. I call it a debacle because, looking at the evidence, such things don't happen overnight. There must have been negotiations and must have been interactions between this group and the regime running the Republic of Kenya. So, there must have been intelligence that Kenya cannot produce a chair of the AU who can be a neutral arbiter, because the government is in bed with factions that are responsible for undermining the rule of law and issues of governance on the continent. So I'm sure people knew. And we know some time back, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto was proposed to be chair the negotiations over the Sudan. And we remember the government in Khartoum stating in very clear terms that it could not allow it because they perceived him to be biased. A few years later, you can see that their fears were not idle. Their fears have been proven by the presence of the Janjaweed here. We have seen matters happening in this country where even a group pronounced its opposition to the government of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, from Nairobi. So, what is Pan-African about that? When you look at the genocidal wars in the Congo, what's Pan-African about the Janjaweed being here? When you look at the genocide in Darfur, in the Sudan. Madam Speaker, I think we need to take a good look at ourselves as Kenyans in the mirror and ask ourselves, what is going on? I'm almost being persuaded that we are getting to a point whereby the Republic might need to invoke Article 144 of the Constitution. For those who care to do, you can check out what Article 144 of the Constitution provides. Because some things that are happening defy logic, defy any attempt at understanding them, and can only happen outside the sphere of a well-constructed syllogism. Madam Speaker, it's a very, very heavy heart that today I stand in this august house as a powerless legislator, a house that has totally failed to have any impact on the executive, a house that has got absolutely nothing to write home about its achievements. Absolutely nothing. Even if you gave them the back of a postage stamp and a felt pen, they would not feel it with any achievement you have had in terms of checking the executive. We have not, and we don't understand the insignia on our own desks here. Deputy Minority Whip, Minority Whip, Minority Whip, and a Majority Leader, whatever. Which is a clear statement that this House is not an extension of the executive. We'd be having a government side and an opposition side if the executive was given from this House. The executive in this country was directly elected by the people to be accountable to this House. The structure of the Constitution is such that the president must be lobbying and begging this House to allow him to do what he wants to do as a check. If it's appointments, they come to Parliament for clearance, be it in the National Assembly or here. If it's a budget, it comes to Parliament for approval. But things have been turned on their head. And today, it's MPs kneeling before the president instead of the other way around. So I'm totally ashamed and embarrassed that I belong to a parliament that is totally incapacitated for reasons that I don't know. Everything has been turned on its head. And as a result, the executive behaves like it's a law upon itself. That's why the Janjaweed can be given an office in Nairobi at the whims of an individual and claim that the people of Kenya have welcomed the Janjaweed to come and run their genocidal government from Nairobi. It's extremely sad. Madam Speaker, I plead with my fellow members of Parliament in the Senate and in the National Assembly, senators and assemblymen and women.
Senator Osotsi, you have an intervention? Have you pressed for intervention?
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt Senator Okiya Omtata, but I think it's important for us to be told more about this Janjaweed, because my little knowledge about Janjaweed is that it's a terrorist group that operates in the Sahel region, Sudan, Chad, and Yemen. And Senator Omtata, whom I respect a lot, and I know he has a lot of information, he has said that they have opened an office in Kenya. So I think this is a serious matter that even me as a representative of the people, I would like to know more about that. Have these people opened an office in Kenya? And what action can we take as a representative of the people? Because this Janjaweed, which translates to devils on a horseback, that is what it means in English, is a destructive group, is a terrorist group, which was even defined as a terrorist group by the United Nations. So if indeed they are in Kenya, and I don't want to doubt what Senator Mtata is saying, because he has always proven that whatever he says, he has researched very well. So I think I need to know more about that, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senator Okiya Mutata, you know, under the Standing Order 105, you have a responsibility for a statement, issuing statement of fact for everything you allege while you are debating. You can proceed to give information that supports what you have alleged.
Incidentally, Senator Soti, thank you for asking me to do the obvious. I always carry my laptop, and I've just clicked in the word search under warring factions in the Sudan. And what has come up, Sudanese, under the heading Sudanese Civil War 2023 to present on Wikipedia, that is HTTP.
Honorable Senator, are you presenting social media facts?
It's not a social media fact.
This
This is an internet resource. It's a Wikipedia, an internet resource. Yes, it's an authority, and I've referred to it. So the two opponent factions consist of the Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF, under Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF, and its allies, collectively the Janjaweed Coalition, under the Janjaweed under Hemedit.
What is your point of order, Senator Eddy? Senator Boni, give Senator Eddy time to raise his point of order.
Madam Speaker, responsibility of fact 105. If you read that entire standing order, Madam Speaker, there is a standard of proving facts in this House. A Parliament of Kenya, the Senate of Kenya, want to depend on Wikipedia as a source that can be tabled in the House to prove fact, Madam Speaker. What are we doing? Who is the author of Wikipedia? Wikipedia is a source that anybody, just like social media, can go and post anything on Wikipedia. Are we going to depend on Wikipedia sources in this House, Senator Boni Aluale, the majority whip? Is this where the House of Senators reached, to depend on Wikipedia sources in the House? I think that the spirit of Standing Order number 105 is such that when there is any issue of fact that is raised in this House, then an honorable senator must then produce a reliable source that is available to all senators, but not social media facts and figures and Wikipedia sources that, Madam Speaker, have got voices from all over that you cannot be able to point to one person. So I request the honorable senator that, yes, there is a very serious issue that is bringing to the House, but let his source be credible, and let his source be something that we can all believe in and appreciate. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Okiya.
I urge my brother, Senator from Migori, to dismount from his emaciated and starving high horse and understand that Wikipedia always has links to sources where the information comes from. But that as it may be, I would also like to bring in another authority. I was still producing authorities.
Okay, Senator Okiya, It's your responsibility to give verified information whose authors may be known or the source is credible. So
Yes.
I will now request you or guide you to give the author of the information you're giving or the source that you are giving from that Wikipedia.
Well, I'm here. I've left the Wikipedia alone. I'm here at https://www.cfr.org/global-conflict-struggle-Sudan. By its heading of the document is called Civil War in the Sudan by the Center for Preventive Action, a highly recognized body.
Senator Okia, I appreciate what you're reading, but you're the only one in this house right now who has access to what you're reading.
My lady,
I am not able to
my
see
lady,
the source.
We have got computerized systems here, and if people are not able to use them, I cannot be responsible.
I'm guiding you, sir.
I cannot be responsible for the ignorance of members.
Senator Okia, yes,
I'm
giving you a guide.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I want you to table that evidence in the normal procedural manner, which evidence is tabled in this house or statement of facts are verified in this house. If you're able to table it within the next short while, it's okay, table it. I can also have a look at it. And you can also table it.
My lady, yes.
I'm guiding you to make it easier because this is an important question. It's a serious question that cannot be trivialized. You're talking about Janjaweed. It's been named as a terrorist group. Can you table that evidence in the normal fashion so that senators can also get a copy of it? You can print it and table it.
All of you.
Senator Boni, would you like to be informed by Senator Boni?
Yes, all of them can inform me.
Yes, Madam Speaker, indeed, this is a very important issue. Yes. And we should not muscle the Senator of Busia without paying attention to what he's saying. Wikipedia is an encyclopedia which is referred to in Hawaiian language. In Hawaiian language, Madam Speaker, encyclopedia is referred to quick, fast speed. So to challenge its authenticity is to pretend that an encyclopedia is not an authoritative document. Secondly, Madam Speaker, Janjaweed is equally defined as a terrorist group in Sahel region, unless the senator of Migori is an ignorant man, and I know he is not. If you are uncomfortable with the truthfulness of Senator Omtata, then say it, because he is not the first to mention the word Janjaweed in this country. It is in public domain. And in parliamentary palace, Madam Speaker, as I informed His Excellency Okia, matters that are in public domain are admissible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Beyond the point, Senator Boni, beyond the point of information on the encyclopedia, I think the question was whether Janjaweed is set in Kenya, is located in Kenya. It's not denying if that was what Senator Eddie raised, whether Janjaweed is having official location in Kenya. Is your point? Would you like to be informed by Senator from Nandi? Okay. Senator Cherarige.
Madam Speaker, on a point of information, I want to inform that the issue of Janjaweed, Madam Speaker, started in 2003, and by 2013, the Janjaweed created an offshoot called Rapid Support Forces, RSF. So when you refer to RSF and Janjaweed, they are of same family but different species if you did biology. So people who did biology and brilliant like us who went to Capsat Boys High School, who has produced 2 presidents, Moi and Ruto, then you are able to understand. So I think the issue should be, if RSF is in Nairobi, is it the same as Janjaweed is in Nairobi? That can be left to the jury to decide. I thank you.
What is your point of order, Senator Eddie? Is it on the same issue?
No, Madam Speaker, you know, when there is a special thrown to a member, it becomes a very important issue. And that is 101. I think the entire 101 applies to what the Senator of Kakamega has just thrown as aspersions on my character. Because, no, I haven't even said what I'm saying. Why are you guilty? Before I say what I want to say.
Under which standing order have you
101. 101, Madam Speaker, talks about, throwing aspersions on members. It talks also about what can be considered abusive or insulting language. Madam Speaker, if you read 101.3, you will find what the standing orders guides on this. Madam Speaker, there is what we call syntax in the language with which the Senator of Kakamega has implied that I'm ignorant on these issues. And the word ignorant, Madam Speaker, I find it insulting. That is one. Number 2, Madam Speaker, he has also implied that I am not comfortable with the truth that the Senator of Busia wanted to bring in the House and still bring in the House. Madam Speaker, I beg to make it clear that the Senator of Busia intimated that Janjaweed is based in Kenya, for which he went ahead to seek the source of Wikipedia to prove that. And all I wanted to know, because it's a very important issue of national security interest in our country, and we cannot let it go. All I want to know is that, is there a source that we can depend on that shows that Janjaweed is based in Kenya? Because if it is based in Kenya, we must take serious security matter on this. We cannot just let it pass. A senator cannot say that Janjaweed is based in Kenya and let it pass as a simple issue. So, Senator Boni, I hope that you get where I was coming from. I am not in any way refusing that Janjaweed has been a terrorist group that has terrorized the people of Sudan. That is true. That's factual, and that is in the public domain. But is it true that they're based in Kenya now? If that is true, we must deal with it. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Eddie, while you may be in order to raise a point of order, first, your first point was overtaken because Senator Boni was not on his feet when you raised that issue. So ideally, you should raise it. So that is overtaken, but I think you have done a good clarification on what you needed to know from the honorable senators as to whether Janjaweed has an office in Kenya. So, Senator Okia, proceed to answer that question directly.
My time be expanded because...
Give him back his minutes that have been consumed by the points.
First of all, Senator Eddie is trying to take credit for what he didn't do. It is Senator Osoti who wanted to know that clarification. Senator Eddie only contested the source I gave. So Senator Eddie cannot stand here and begin thumping his chest as a knowledgeable man who wanted to distinguish. You only challenged Wikipedia. You didn't understand what Wikipedia was, and Honorable Khalwala has helped you to understand what Wikipedia is, including telling you about its Hawaiian origins. Now, my lady, in terms of taking him to standing orders, I don't think that we are still in the age of brick and mortar as security. Today, we don't look for real wealth on the ground. We look for it in space. We have got these screens here. Are they decorations? We have got these iPads here that every senator has. Are they decorations? When I give a URL, a universal resource locator, for a document on the internet, I expect this house to have the capacity to access the document and not to be told that I should bring in paper which results in the destruction of trees. I'm bringing no paper into this house. I'm digital, I'm futuristic. My eyes are on the stars, not on the ground. Yes. In the age when the AI is coming in and we see talking of paper, brick and mortar, no way. I challenge the House to log into the URL I've given and display the information on the screens in this parliament. Now, here and now. And individual senators who cannot use their gadgets should ask for a refresher course to be taken for induction so that they can access the internet using the gadgets in this office. The taxpayers do not enable us in vain. They don't enable us in vain. So when I carry my document, my gadgets here, and I talk as a modern man in the 21st century, I am addressing modern people in the 21st century. None of the information I give is meant for Stone Age people. And if you belong to the Stone Age, you don't belong to where I belong. Are we together there? So, I want the matter to be settled there, Madam Speaker. I'm not presenting any papers here. I'm not printing any documents. I've given the URL. It's the duty of this House, an individual member, to access the information in the universal resource locator I've given. Madam Speaker, Senator, I sit. Thank you for the time.
Senator Okia, you still have a responsibility to indicate your source whether Janjaweed is in Kenya or not in Kenya. He has to answer that question. Senator Okia, don't avoid by the use of IT and paper and manual paper. Present that, please.
The problem of trying to fit a jet engine on a Volkswagen is what I'm dealing with. Yes, my information from, I would like to be informed, Madam Speaker, by the
Senator, I have first directed you what to do, to give the evidence and
but
to
you have refused.
Whether Janjaweed is.
Can you display the document I've referred to on the screen, then I'll point to it and walk people through it? Well, that's what I'm requesting. Yes. I've given a universal resource locator for the information I've given in this House. Can you access the document?
Clerk, are you able to display that? Just hold. Wait a bit. Wait. Are you able to display that right away? Senator Okia, I direct you to go to the technical team, table the URL you quoted, the source of that website, and then it will be dealt with. It is your responsibility once again. It is not the responsibility of the clerk to table for you. You table the evidence with the clerk. Give the information. Give the details of what you need displayed.
Madam Speaker,
it is not at the table.
Your authority is limited to the confines of this building during debate. You cannot give me instructions.
But the clerk is here. Can you table it now, Senator Okia? I have directed you.
I can read it out.
Write it down for them. I have given you the guide.
They are skilled in writing.
I have given you the guide. Senator Okia, you are bordering on being disorderly now because you are disobeying the chair.
Okay, Madam Speaker,
order.
If that's the attitude you are taking, I sit down, I cease my contribution until I get to a forum where I can be understood.
Thank
the
you.
address. And you are out of order, Senator Okia Omutata. Senator Eddie.
He is. Because
proceedings cannot go on like that.
Madam Speaker, 105, the responsibility of statement of fact. Madam Speaker, I think you are letting... Madam Speaker, may I be protected from Senator Okia Omtata? Madam Speaker, I want Senator Okia Omtata to understand from point of order number 105 that nobody is disputing the importance of the issue that is raising. In fact, that issue is so important to all of us. It's very important to the country. But Senator Okia cannot say something that he cannot substantiate and run away from it. I think that is disorderly, Madam Speaker, because the source online, and nobody was requesting for a paper source, even the sources online are not all credible. Madam Speaker, that's the argument I've been making here. That if you say you've got a source online, it's not about whether people cannot be able to access online sources. It's about, can you rule, Madam Speaker, on what is the threshold of credible sources that must be given in this house, whether paperwhite or online? Because if the Rocky is going to run away from giving us sources because he knows that the source online is not credible, that's not fair to this house, Madam Speaker. And I think that we expect a ruling on that, because I would want to know as a citizen of Migori, if Janjaweed is in this country and have an office in this country, then I must know how I protect my people in Migori County. Then I must know I participate in this house to make sure that our security is guaranteed, Madam Speaker. It cannot be said as a passing statement, as a political statement, and let to go like that, Madam Speaker. I request for your ruling on the credibility of sources, Madam Speaker, under 105, and number 2, whether Senator Okia Omtata is obliged to be able to provide that source online or in paper for us to follow. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
To who? Who are you informing? You cannot inform the Speaker. Before I rule on the point of order by Senator Eddy, I'll give Senator Kenywa an opportunity to raise his point of order. His point of clarification.
Madam Speaker, I was just concerned because Senator Okia Omtata is indicating the site or the source of his information. Why was it difficult because for him, whether the source is correct or not correct, it is up to the table and the Senate to rule on that matter. And he had given the site. Why were we getting concerned? We would have checked on it. If it is incorrect, he was supposed to have been told on the spot that the site is not admissible in the Senate.
Senator Kenywa, it is not in order for senators to conduct business in an unusual, difficult manner for the Secretariat or for the clerks. We requested, I actually directed and ruled that he proceeds to give the details of the website to the clerk's desk. That's his responsibility. Understanding Order 105. He did not comply with that ruling. In fact, he defied and walked out, which is out of order. Can you wait? I finish. Can you wait for the chair to finish dispensing on that issue? So he did not wait. He defied the ruling and walked out without giving the details. My ruling is abiding on the point of order raised by Senator Eddy, and I'll give a direction on the matter. What is it, Senator Osotsi? You speak after Senator.
It's just a clarification on 105. I think this is a house of debate. And in this house, the Constitution requires that we have freedom of speech. Madam Speaker, and I wish you give me just a minute to explain what I'm about to raise. The point of order 105, I have sat in this house for 2 years and several months, and I'm realizing that 105 standing order must be used to promote debate in this house. Madam Speaker, I think there is no crime in what Senator Omtata has said. We should be able to table evidence electronically. I am an IT expert and I know what it means. Madam Speaker, as I sit here, I raise a matter in this house about Moi University. And I was told to substantiate, which I did electronically, and I presented a document. Up to now, Madam Speaker, I have not heard from the chair about the status of my substantiation. To date, you remember it was last year before we went for break. I am still waiting for the House to tell me the status of my substantiation. So every time members raise issues and members on the opposing side quote 105, and that's how we kill debate in this House. Senator Omtata has raised a very important issue. And I rose on a point of order to request that he be given time to explain the presence of Janjaweed in this country. And I believe he was doing so. But we did not give him time to exhaust his explanation. And electronic evidence is there in law, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, let us not allow 105 to be misused to curtail debate in this House.
Senator.
And for that matter, Madam Speaker, I am demanding communication on the matter of Moi University, which are substantiated in this House. And your chair has not communicated to this House on the validity of that information, Madam Speaker.
Senator Okia, the substantiation on the Moi University is an issue that can be handled and will be handled by the chair. It will be communicated, and I guide the clerk to ensure that an opportunity is offered for that evidence to be reviewed and a ruling to be made. But let me say this. Senator Okia was not denied an opportunity to actually present the online evidence. Soft evidence was acceptable. He was only verifying the website so that the clerks can open that evidence. So don't make it appear as though the House is not admitting electronic evidence. He was only supposed to walk here and present the address, and then senators have a right to follow what is being presented if it's online, or do they not have? Senator Methu.
Honorable Speaker, with tremendous respect to you as the chair, I think it would be a misrepresentation of facts, in my opinion, because the Hansard is actually here. For you to say that you directed Senator Omtata to come to the clerks so that he can present the evidence that he was referring to. When Senator Omtata was actually, the last time he spoke here, he said that your powers are limited to these precincts of Parliament, because what I am made to understand and what Senator Omtata understood, you directed him to the technical team. You never directed him to the table. You never directed him to the clerks. Just allow me to finish, Speaker.
Please don't.
Because that is what you say. It is on record.
On that.
I mean, these are records that can be extracted, and we had you ready. Please listen to the other people. No problem. You can raise and oppose whatever you want to oppose, but listen to people. We have been listening to you the whole evening. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, the honors of determining which evidence would be acceptable to this House is yours as the person who is presiding upon this House. So what was so difficult in you just opening that URL code that he was giving, and then you can even determine the matter on a later date? You have not determined the matter on Senator Osotsi and many other matters that senators have been asked to substantiate. You just take that website. I agree with Eddie, Senator Eddie. It may be an admissible website or not, but that is upon yourself to go and make that determination. But I actually feel, as you retire to give that communication, because you have said that you are giving that communication tomorrow, if indeed you give that communication with the thinking in your mind that you asked Senator Omtata to come to the table, I actually feel it would be very unfair to Senator Omtata.
Senator Methu, the Hansard will be reviewed because I directed him to walk to the clerk's desk, present to the technical team through the clerk's desk. I did direct that. I think that was clear. If it escaped you, it's there in the Hansard. Senator Mogeni.
You know, Madam Speaker, what has happened this afternoon is very important on how we will be conducting our business, especially those who are not analog, the likes of Omtata who have gone digital. And you know, Madam Speaker, we have a standing order 265 that is supposed to guide us. And you know, he has raised an important issue that he doesn't want to litter the floor with papers.
Senator
so Madam Speaker,
Senator Mogeni, I believe as you raised that issue.
Yeah, the point I wanted to make, because it is incumbent upon the chair maybe to give a considered ruling. Because the other day, you saw I was on the floor referring to a judgment and I was told table. What I did is I just took my phone and shared the document with Senator Cherargei. So maybe going forward, what maybe could have happened for Senator Omtata is to be told, share the document with this email to the clerk. And then that should be, then it is displayed. And we are here as PSC to assist this House in conducting business in a very flawless manner. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you read, I think standing under 265(4), it says that a senator can share, who intends to display a document, shall share the document with the clerk for purposes of display. So I believe the moment our clerks here have received that reference, they should be able to display it for us, because we want to make people who have gone digital to have an easy time on the floor of the House. We shouldn't inhibit those who are migrating to the digital way of doing business. We make it facilitative. We should not inhibit, Madam Speaker.
Senator Omugeni, we hear you. You can now resume your seat. Your point is made. The fact of the matter is that Senator Omugeni has been given a chance to clarify the address so that not Senator Omugeni, Senator Omutata was given a chance to actually present the document. And if you read that standing order which you have quoted, it says the senator is entitled to share. That sharing is not the responsibility of the clerk to share. It is the senator to share to the clerk or to the table or to the House. Then it can be displayed for the use by every House. We do not want to open the wrong URL. And what Senator Omtata did, he walked out without clarifying what website he needed to be opened. He did not do that clarification. I will now give a direction or a ruling on the point of order that was raised by Senator Eddy regarding the direction that had been sought on the information that is required on the Janjaweed. I will direct that Senator Omutata, though he's not in the House, he will still be required to table that information to the House because it's important. He was guided by the Speaker, and that ruling still needs to be abided by. Short of that, then it will be a defiance of the direction from the Speaker's set to provide it so that senators can follow the proceeding and see whether Janjaweed Kenya or not. We can proceed on to the next. Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was standing to contribute on the issue or the motion on the floor.
Senator Dangwa, I thought you were raising an issue on this same, what was under discussion. Otherwise, the next person.
You can give me the opportunity because I'm standing, Madam Speaker. I want to contribute on the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I rise to give my comments on the motion at hand, I was asking myself why we are actually debating this motion. Because, Madam Speaker, I remember even when we were elected We didn't have something like that. For those who failed it, for those who never made it, for those who made it, I don't see the reason why we are discussing that. But now that it is here, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Right Honorable Raila Odinga for offering himself to run for the seat, the chairman of AUC, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some of us have been accused, probably we celebrated, when he failed to capture the seat. But I want to tell you, we never celebrated because Right Honorable Raila Odinga did not get the seat. We celebrated because some of those who are fronting him failed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, Madam Speaker, I agree, was best fitted for that seat. But just like 2022 elections, Madam Speaker, he lost because of those who fronted him, Madam Speaker. I wish Raila could have gone for this seat alone. I wish he could have campaigned. He has connection within Africa nations. He knows presidents. They know him. If he could have campaigned alone, without president behind him, with him all the time, I tell you, Madam Speaker, Raila could have gotten the seat. Madam Speaker, he lost the seat because of various reasons. And it's good for us to understand, because going forward, we might front another candidate. And it is very sad even to hear a CS, Madam Speaker, calling Kenyans and telling them those who celebrated Raila's downfall have small brains, Madam Speaker. It is quoted, a whole CS said Kenyans should not have celebrated because Kenya lost. I want to tell Kenyans that Kenya never lost. What Kenya lost was billions of money that was used against the budgeting processes, against any laws that we have, Madam Speaker. Kenya lost money. You know, and it's not only losing through campaign and the budgets that was used to campaign for Raila Odinga. We are losing in SHI, we are losing in SHA, we are losing in affordable housing. A whole CS cannot tell Kenyans that Kenya lost. Kenya has been losing as we speak today, Madam Speaker. And that's why we are standing here today to tell that the reason why Kenyans were happy is because you come back and help clear this mess. Because him and the president, they are part of the broad-based government. And you cannot run away. And we cannot also allow the president to use international community to try and cleanse domestic issues, Madam Speaker. So I think it was the prayers of Kenyans that they wanted Raila to come back and do what he does. Either he joins the government and they continue looting, or he speaks for the people, as he has been speaking for the people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Otsotsi?
Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order number 105. My good friend, Senator Karungo Dhangwa, has said that Honorable Raila and should join Honorable Ruto to loot the country. Madam Speaker, is on record that Honorable Raila does not hold any position in this country. Can he substantiate and provide evidence before this House that Honorable Raila and Honorable Ruto have been involved in looting? Madam Speaker, I think we cannot allow these kind of things to go on. I know the narrative is trying to spread, but we in ODM are not going to allow our leader to be scandalized just because he stood for the position of AU and he lost. Many other Kenyans would have done that, Madam Speaker, who are not necessarily in government.
Senator Karungo Dhangwa, when you make a serious allegation, it's your responsibility, understanding Order 105, to substantiate your claim or allegation. Can you proceed to substantiate?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know Senator Otsotsi, who is my former chair at CIPIC, is also holding a very big seat at ODM. And he is questioning that Raila Odinga is not holding any office in government. Yet his party has fronted some big CSs who are holding big ministries like the budget, like the finance, treasury, Madam Speaker. Today as we speak, we have been whipped, all the chairs, and especially from Mount Kenya. And they are going to ODM again, Madam Speaker. So, and when he stands here to ask me, they are now part of the broad-based, what I call the bread-based government, Madam Speaker. Because it is their time to eat. It is their time to eat. But they should do so, knowing that Kenyans are watching, Madam Speaker.
Senator Dhangwa, it is important you use the parliamentary language. When you say bread-based,
you can swallow without eating. You just swallow. Just swallow. Madam Speaker, let me finish. I am a man of few words, Madam Speaker.
Senator Osotsi, you have a point of order?
Again.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, I really did not want to keep on interrupting my friend Dhangwa. But you see, the point of order I raised was on the issue that Raila and Ruto are involved in looting. But he has not responded to that. He has only brought in the issue of broad-based, that some people are in government courtesy of ODM. Let him respond to the specific issue of the looting done by the two. That is the issue I wanted him to respond to.
Senator Karungo, you either substantiate or withdraw that.
Very quickly, I can do that, Madam Speaker. And this will come out clear once the statement that I have be given an opportunity on the floor of the House, because a lot of money was used, Madam Speaker. Kenyan government, even Raila himself, he's on record saying that Kenya and the president, the taxpayers' money was used to campaign for him, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that money was not budgeted for. We do not have a kitty to campaign for anybody who is running for any seat across the country, Madam Speaker. If that is not looting, I don't know what you would call that, Madam Speaker. So allow me to ask that question that was asked by the Juja MP, Madam Speaker, saying that they used a lot of money. And instead of substantiating, instead of saying we used this amount of money, they arrested him, Madam Speaker. And after arresting him, only to take him to court and produce a different charge sheet from what they had arrested him for, Madam Speaker. So you can see they are trying to hide. They don't want Kenyans to know how much money was used. So, Madam Speaker, that one will come out clear when I do that. But let me finish by saying that, Madam Speaker.
Senator Dhangwa, you need to table that. Do you have it here with you?
The statement?
Yes.
Yes, I do have the statement. I can send it on WhatsApp. Yes, I can do that. I don't know why, Madam Speaker, you are allowing us to have...
Madam Speaker.
One who raised that issue that you substantiate, so let him finish.
Madam
Speaker,
Speaker,
satisfied with the answer.
Substantiation is not done by way of a request for statement. It is done by way of evidence before the House. So he can have a statement seeking for information. But what we want is substantial evidence to be tabled in this House on how Raila and Ruto have been involved in looting. And Madam Speaker, this is a very substantive issue which you need to respond to.
Senator Karungo.
Maybe we can ask the Senator whether is Ruto looting.
Senator Dhangwa, you still have not substantiated that issue. Are you able to present the substantiation documents now, or do you need to bring them by tomorrow?
I'll bring them by tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
By tomorrow, the next, when the session, when the House rises again tomorrow, you bring that evidence to substantiate on the looting.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Can there be a point of order as I give the ruling? Let him proceed on his feet. You raise it when he's on his feet. Proceed, Senator Dhangwa.
Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Matthew?
Madam Speaker, I also didn't want to interrupt, but I am standing, pursuant to Standing Order 97, and I think I would want to invite you to look at this standing order. I feel that most of us, just as the Deputy Party Leader of ODM actually mentioned, we are misusing Standing Order 105. The Senator has spoken on the same matter, with your permission, thrice. On the same matter of substantiation, he has spoken about it on it thrice. our standing orders actually says that nobody should speak on the same matter twice. So how do you keep allowing somebody to keep raising the same standing order, the same point of order on a matter that he has already raised? Why can't somebody consolidate their thoughts and raise them as one standing order or one point of order once? Otherwise, they will keep disrupting people when they are making their contributions. Madam Speaker.
Are you also disrupting by raising that point of order?
I'm not
but
disrupting,
the
I'm
point
just
is,
inviting you to read.
It was an
no
issue
senator
that
shall
was
speak more than once to a question. So why are you lying? Okay.
Senator Medhu,
Yes.
Senator Karungo was requested to substantiate, and this was a request from Senator Osotsi. And Senator Osotsi has to respond whether he's satisfied with the substantiation, and I've given a direction on that matter. No need to further push that matter. Karungo, Senator Karungo, will you bring in the substantiation tomorrow? Proceed, Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think we should also look into that starting order of 105, because sometimes it can be used to suppress what the senators are thinking. And because we are the oversights, Madam Speaker, it is their work to substantiate, Madam Speaker. But nevertheless, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, Kenyans want to know how much money was used. How much? Because the Kenyan coffers, the public coffers, must have used a substantial amount of money to campaign for Raila Odinga. The question is, how much was used, Madam Speaker? I remember when Senator Migori was speaking. He said that he paid the air ticket to Addis Ababa. Madam Speaker, you were very lenient to him when he was told to substantiate. And he said, I can do that tomorrow or whatever time, Madam Speaker. And you know, and I know, members of parliament who have been accused of receiving bribes in toilet of 10,000 shillings, nobody, Madam Speaker, would cough millions, hundreds of thousands, Madam Speaker, to just go and celebrate. It must have come from the public coffers, Madam Speaker. And that's where we are asking. And that's where we are asking, Madam Speaker. We want to know how much. We want to know a breakdown. How much was used on tickets? How much was used in hotels? How much was used to induce others, Madam Speaker? So, it has been said here, Madam Speaker, yes, we are parliament. We are a parliament. We are supposed to be honorable members, Madam Speaker. But some of the things that have been done here, sometimes we question ourselves whether we are that honorable the way we are pretending to be, Madam Speaker.
Senator Hamida, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, under point 105, I have my ticket, I have my hotel booking, and everyone does. So seriously, you are the one actually and Eddie has collected all evidence. In fact, that's what he's going to do. But then I feel strongly and pained to be told that I was paid for. Or it was the government money. We all paid for ourselves, Madam Speaker.
Senator Hamida, that's noted. Senator Eddie was directed by the Speaker to present evidence of those tickets, which I believe you present by tomorrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Proceed, Senator.
And finally, Madam Speaker, now on a more important angle, Madam Speaker, as I was saying, we need to know why we lost, Madam Speaker. And we lost because of 4 things, Madam Speaker. One is the relationship between Kenya and other governments, Madam Speaker. We need to understand that we have to be as diplomatic as possible as a country when it comes to other countries' affairs, Madam Speaker. And I believe Kenya and other countries, and especially SADC, SADC, Madam Speaker, they could have supported us when the Madagascar candidate was eliminated, Madam Speaker. But they didn't. Why? Because, again, for point number 2, the Francophone support, Madam Speaker. Those countries that speak French, Madam Speaker, they went for their candidate. And on a lighter note, the 2 candidates that were running, that is Mohamed Ali Yusuf and Raila Odinga. Mohamed Ali Yusuf could speak English and French. And our candidate could speak English and German. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the last point, the internal issues in Kenya contributed to the downfall of Raila Odinga, Madam Speaker. The internal issues because other countries could not trust Kenya when it comes to fighting for human rights, Madam Speaker. Because of the abductions that are going on in this country, the killings that are going on in this country, and yet nobody is speaking about it. And the Right Honorable Raila Odinga spoke about it the last day of his campaigns when he was being prayed for in Bomas of Kenya. That is the only time he's had in public condemning abductions. I think probably he was told, you have to speak about it, Madam Speaker. So we lost because we could not be trusted to fight for other Africans, Madam Speaker. We have Kizza Besigye, the opposition leader in Uganda. The person who is supposed to represent Africa never even commented about that, Madam Speaker. So we lost because we pretended to be diplomatic. We pretended that we understand the problems of Africa. Yet it was a contest for somebody to prove, if I can get Africa, why not Kenya again, Madam Speaker? So Raila was used as a bait by the government. They never wanted him to win. And that's why they did what they did, Madam Speaker. And I'm so sorry, and I say pole to the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, that you did not lose because of your person. You did not lose because you didn't have what it takes. You lost because of those who are fronting you. Just like you lost in 2022 because of those who are fronting you then. So next time, choose the right people, those people who have the blessings of this country. But next time, I believe if he runs without them, he will make it. I don't know what, but he will make it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Karungu Thangwa. Next is Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to also make my contribution. Mr. Speaker, just like many Kenyans, I was also deeply disappointed that Kenya lost the quest to take the chairmanship of the African Union. Mr. Speaker, we all know, Mr. Speaker, that Africa belongs to all the 6 or so regions, Mr. Speaker. And as a person who has lived, gone to school, represents a county in East Africa, it could only have been fair that a candidate from East Africa takes over as the next chair of the AU. Mr. Speaker, AU belongs to all the 55 nations of Africa. Therefore, we want to feel a sense of belonging, Mr. Speaker. It's like a father who has many children. All these children need to have a sense of belonging. They need to feel that they are part of a family. So that was a very painful loss, not only for Kenya, but for the regional bloc called East Africa. And Mr. Speaker, if I was a president, this is the time I would have asked my brothers in the East African bloc to walk the talk. Mr. Speaker, I was in State House when President Yoweri Museveni rose and assured us Kenyans that he will be in Addis Ababa to second Raila Amolo Odinga's candidature. But the reports that we received from Addis indicate that Yoweri Museveni did not take time personally to travel to Addis Ababa to not only vote for us, but to also help us in campaigning. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's not easy to convince another president to vote for you. You need to have as many presidents as possible to support your candidature. So I hope that our presidents from the East African bloc will consider whether we will change the idea of leadership within the AU so that it becomes rotational. How come, Mr. Speaker, that in the 23 years that AU has been in existence, the Francophone countries have taken the position of chair for 19 years, and Anglophone only 4 years, Mr. Speaker. And yet, Kenya and other Anglophone countries make their contribution to AU. So, at times, Mr. Speaker, just like the way we do it in IALA, Mr. Speaker, you're privileged to be a lawyer. You know it, that the presidency of the East African Law Society is rotational. If this year the chairmanship goes to Kenya, next year the chairmanship goes to Tanzania, the other year it will go to Uganda. That way, you don't feel the pain of contributing to a body that will never allow you to take a leadership position. We cannot have an association or a union that is supposed to bring all countries together, but others have ganged up to ensure that other regions can never ascend to the chairmanship. Mr. Speaker, because the salary that pays that chair is also my taxes. By being taxed and by my country making a contribution, then I'm also having an expectation that one day, one time, I will proudly stand up and say, a fellow countryman or woman is chairing AU. So, in terms of going forward, I hope when there is a summit of the African Union, our President William Ruto, will put this issue on the table so that we can have, let us have ECOWAS in West Africa, sharing. Next time, let it go to SADC, the way the other time we had South Africa. Then it can go to the COMESA region. Then it comes to East Africa. Senator Methu, we want fairness. The second point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that it's not Raila Odinga who lost this election. The person who lost this election is our president and his foreign policy, Mr. Speaker. Because the way we handled this matter, Mr. Speaker, it left us with very little option of winning, Mr. Speaker. Because when you are doing a campaign like this, you must be conscious of the geopolitics. What your actions will mean to the person you want to vote for you, Mr. Speaker. Because even if the way it is said, and I know it's true, that President Tshisekedi is a personal friend of Raila Amolo Odinga, how does he feel, Mr. Speaker, when, again, and I'm using my words very carefully, when it is rumored that somebody has hosted the M23 leadership in Nairobi? Tshisekedi is a human being, Mr. Speaker. He will bolt. How will Kagame feel if the actions of a country that is, fronting a candidate seems to be hostile to the interests of Rwanda or South Africa or Tanzania, Mr. Speaker? I want to appeal to my president, President William Ruto, to talk less, do his foreign policy at times under the carpet, to avoid stepping on so many presidents' toes, Mr. Speaker, because they are also human beings. Everything that you do here impacts on your relations with another country, either positively or negatively, Mr. Speaker. And I know the PS Foreign Affairs, Singhuei, is a colleague, is a lawyer like me. And I feel so proud, I feel honored when I see a lawyer occupying that position of secretary in the Foreign Affairs Ministry, Mr. Speaker. But I also want to speak to my friend Singhuei to also be very cautious before speaking on a matter that may touch on our relations with other countries, Mr. Speaker. You remember, Mr. Speaker, SADC wrote a letter. P.S. Singhuei responded with a public criticism. That did not augur well with with SADC countries, Mr. Speaker. So really, the best thing they say is that you should learn from your failures. Let's learn from our failures. What happened to us as a country? We should sit down, evaluate, and take some key lessons from what happened, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, and God Almighty is my witness, and my pastors in Nyamira are my witness, I told my pastors that instead of going to Addis Ababa, I'll be on my knees in Nyamira praying for Baba, Kenya's candidate, to win AU chairmanship in Addis. I was at Mesowa SDA in Ikonge with pastors, and we prayed for Raila Amolo Odinga, Mr. Speaker. Those who chose to accompany him to Addis Ababa, that was good. But how did we conduct ourselves? Mr. Speaker, if you have been a member of Law Society, and I know you have been, and you are a member in good standing, you know what happened when I was the president of Law Society of Kenya. We came up with a very good initiative to open the borders in East Africa so that lawyers in Tanzania can come and practice in Kenya, and lawyers in Kenya can go and practice in Uganda, and vice versa, Mr. Speaker. But when we were making that declaration in Speak Munyonyo Hotel in Uganda, the contingent from Kenya was the largest in that meeting. And they came there loaded, they had money, Mr. Speaker. So they painted Kampala. And you know, when the proposal was put on the table, the Ugandans were like, if this is the way these guys are behaving, even before we open the borders, if we open the borders, they'll take over Uganda. The Tanzanians said, if these guys are allowed to practice in Tanzania, they will take over. And Mr. Speaker, whereas we acted in good faith and opened the borders, we have Ugandans who are practicing in Kenya today, courtesy of that decision. But Uganda and Tanzania have never opened the borders for us because of the way we conducted ourselves. So, Mr. Speaker, at times, the cheering squad, the delegation that accompanied our candidate to Addis Ababa, Mr. Speaker, should have quietly given moral support to our candidate without loading it on the other countries, other presidents, because social media travels faster than even normal news, Mr. Speaker. So next time, let's learn. If it's not a football match, if it's a football match, you show you are mighty and you shout. But if it's something that is diplomatic, Mr. Speaker, let's be sensitive as to how we conduct ourselves. Because our conduct can irritate and annoy people who could have voted for us, Mr. Speaker. The third thing, Mr. Speaker, is our own domestic policy. Because we should speak about this matter very, very candidly, Mr. Speaker. At times, the way we run our domestic policy shapes the perception of our country, other countries about us, Mr. Speaker. So, what has been happening within our borders, we should also go back, look at the mirror, and ask ourselves, out there, how do other countries in Africa look at us as Kenya? How is our human rights record, Mr. Speaker? Have we created a country that has people who are happy? Because, Mr. Speaker, every year you get an index released on the happiest people in the world. Which country? I think currently it is, if I'm not wrong, it's Norway, followed by, I think, Australia and others. So we also need to know, have we created an happy population as a country? Mr. Speaker, when somebody was contributing on this floor here and mentioned Shah, Mr. Speaker, somebody from Nyamira sent me a note He was given at a hospital called Christine Marian for a patient called Douglas Nyang'au, whom they were trying to admit this afternoon in that hospital. And Mr. Speaker, what he told me is that that hospital told them they don't accept patients to be admitted using that SHA card. That SHA should only be used in public hospitals. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we are priding ourselves as a country that has rolled out universal health coverage for everybody. You know? Another one, Mr. Speaker, sent me a message and said, Senator, remind the president that our people are dying because the SHA card is not being accepted in private hospitals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a patient aged 94 years called Martha Nyamwange, I've just been told, was taken to a hospital called Medifort Hospital in Kisii. Mr. Speaker, that hospital, which had no sympathy on this senior citizen, 94-year-old, only accepted coverage on that SHA card on bed only. Then what happens to the medicine, to the surgeon, to the surgical expenses incurred in the hospital? And then we are telling people that SHA is working. It's not right. That's a lie, Mr. Speaker. So let us also look at our domestic issues. How are we treating our people, Mr. Speaker? This SHA thing is a problem, Mr. Speaker. In some counties, like Nyamira, now we are burying people on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We used to do burials only on Friday, Mr. Speaker. We represent our people, Mr. Speaker. We cannot sit here and shut our mouths from some of these issues, Mr. Speaker. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, the impact of Raila's loss in our country here. Mr. Speaker, we should guard our mouths at times. I listened to my good friend, Senator Cheragay. It's unfortunate that he's not here. Making statements saying, oh, now that Raila Amolo Odinga has lost the AU chairmanship, we want to offer him position of Prime Minister. Cheragay or Nelson Koech, Mr. Speaker, are not the right people to tell ODM what position to be given. They are not the right people, Mr. Speaker. If the president wants to give former Prime Minister the position of Prime Minister, he should do it in a manner that respects the Constitution first. I sat in NADCO, Mr. Speaker, and we made a recommendation and even gave powers to that office of Prime Minister. If His Excellency the President wants Raila Amolo Odinga to get that position, the right thing to do is to fully implement that NADCO report. Not to send junior senators, like Senator Cheragay, to go and make announcements in the streets, Mr. Speaker. That is not the way you enhance unity in our country. If that position needs to be there, let it be entrenched in the Constitution. Let there be a discussion on who should occupy that seat through party organs, Mr. Speaker, but not through talk shows on TV, making pronouncements through the media. That is demeaning, Mr. Speaker. And it will send the wrong signals, Mr. Speaker, that there is no good faith from our president on this matter that was meant to take Raila to be the chair of AU. Finally, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, I join Ugandans, Mr. Speaker, in making an appeal to President Yoweri Museveni to ensure that Basije is released from prison, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you read a book called Red Notice, you will think that the episodes captured in that book about the happenings in Russia under Putin are playing out in our neighboring country, Mr. Speaker. We want, within East Africa community, to respect human rights, Mr. Speaker, to show love, to show tolerance, Mr. Speaker, to our opponents, Mr. Speaker. So we urge our senior statesman in the region, President Yoweri Museveni, to have sympathy and a soft heart on that leader of opposition called Besigye. I hope the unfortunate thing will not happen, Mr. Speaker, where Besigye will die because he has not been able to get medical help under the watch of President Yoweri Museveni. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Senior Counsel Okongo Mogeni. And as you resume your seat, I wish from the chair to remind you that the NADCO report was presented before the JLAC, which I chair, and we've done a report which is already part of the reports which will be processed in the course of this session. That is something that is already in the order paper for the coming week, I believe. And secondly, you made reference to the Principal Secretary of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Singwei. You as truly remember once worked with him in the law practice, and I can confirm that the accolades you gave to him are the accolades that he exhibited prior to his decision to, of course, resign as he assumed the current public office that he's holding. And so that is a proper presentation of a colleague's professional status. Senator Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The candidature of Right Honorable Raila Odinga presented the country with an opportunity to be at the helm of the leadership of AU. And the benefits of this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, are obvious, and they would have accrued to us as a country, regardless of whether you supported him or not, Mr. Speaker. I am convinced that Kenya presented the best candidate. His public profile, what he stands for in African integration and Pan-Africanism speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker, and to me, it is a missed opportunity for Africa. I want to congratulate Right Honorable Raila Odinga and indeed His Excellency William Samoei Ruto for a spirited campaign done across the country. No efforts were spared, no resources was spared. They met everybody regardless of the stand or in the face of regional politics. They were not intimidated by the narrative. They met everyone that needed to be met. And for that show of togetherness, putting their political differences aside and going for this as a country, I must congratulate them, Mr. Speaker. Winning the first two rounds in the election, Mr. Speaker, is not a small achievement. Garnering 22 votes in the second round is not a small achievement in the face of regional politics that were at play, like I said. And for that, I want to congratulate Raila Odinga again. After the defeat, I happened to be one of the Kenyans who accompanied Raila Odinga to offer moral support. And after the defeat, Raila Odinga and the president gathered Kenyans who were there in a dinner, for a Thanksgiving dinner. And again, in a show of national solidarity, they thanked us. And that spirit of national solidarity is a big win for us as a country. And I want to urge the country that we should build on it in every aspect of our country so that we work together as one. That way it is easier even to disseminate development in every region, in every part of this country, when we are working together. And having said that, finally, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the AUC Chair, Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, for his win. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Karen Nyamu. I'm seeing a request from Senator Nderitu Kinywa, who is presently not in the House, and therefore, honorable members, in the absence of any other member keen on contributing to this motion, I'll ask the Senate Majority Leader, who is the mover of the motion, to proceed to reply. Senator Aaron, proceed to reply.
Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all the senators that have taken time to speak on this very important motion. Initially, when I conceptualized this idea, my desire was that we will take time to reflect as a country and positively evaluate what has been a fairly decent run by former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and a very good representation of the country at a global stage. However, Mr. Speaker, to my utter dismay, I have seen a few people try to reduce it to be a contest about what President Ruto got wrong, as if he was on trial, or as if he was the one that was running a campaign. You know, Mr. Speaker, being a politician, I have come to live with the reality that people will always see fault even when there's nothing to fault. And there are people who just, for clickbaits and likes on TikTok and Facebook, Mr. Speaker, will say anything, even on topics that they are least prepared about. I listen to many people ignorantly speak about the conflict in DRC and matters on the global stage with very little, limited, scant information, Mr. Speaker, about either the position of Kenya on such matters and how it may have affected voting. I said when I was moving this motion today in the morning, Mr. Speaker, that it will be completely ignorant of anyone to try and first draw a deduction of this run by Prime Minister Raila based on speculations about who may have voted for us or not, for the very simple reason that this was a voting by secret ballot. So by the time you're coming here to tell us, oh, you know, because of DRC, I don't know, because of Sarawi and this other one, we did not get vote from this. Where did you know that those countries voted for us or they didn't vote for us, Mr. Speaker? There are 22 countries that stood firm with Kenya and our candidate for all the 6 rounds, Mr. Speaker. There has been no scientific way of establishing which are those countries, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, you know, you get mesmerized sometimes at the ignorance and the seriousness with which people posit those arguments before the House, Mr. Speaker, thinking that perhaps there is some revelation that they got overnight on who may have cast their vote in support of us or otherwise. Even if it was a trial on our stand on diplomatic issues, Mr. Speaker, I explained here in the morning. The first person to raise that argument was Senator Onyonka. And you know, the record bears me witness. Every time I challenged him, whether it was on the issue of DRC or the issue of Palestine and Gaza, the war in Gaza, Mr. Speaker, he said, let's keep that matter aside. Because I was able to demonstrate to them that the positions they have been arguing in televisions and here in Parliament are nothing but display of pure ignorance. Mr. Speaker, our stand is known on all these things. So I don't know why people want to reduce it to be an evaluation of the performance of the president in the international stage. I don't think there has ever been a president who has profiled Kenya in the international stage the way President William Ruto has been able to do it. Travel with him to international meetings and you will appreciate what a good job he has been able to do. There is a lot of interest in this country. That's why I asked the other day, and somebody mentioned to me, he told me, Senator, we don't understand your country anymore. Because reading online, reading newspapers, Mr. Speaker, listening to some of the senators like the ones that were speaking here, Senator Sifuna and the like, you would think that there is absolutely nothing going on in this country. Yet, investors, people that keep a keen, objective eye on the progress that is being made in Kenya are advising people, Mr. Speaker, that if there is a country to keep an eye on the African continent, it is Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Not one, not twice, not 3 times, Mr. Speaker. Have I seen articles by people who objectively analyze the performance of countries and the things that are being done
both locally and the positioning that has been done of this country in the international stage, Mr. Speaker, that they appreciate that there is progress being made. 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, we were at a debt distress level. We were basically on the verge, staring at an total economic collapse, Mr. Speaker. The president has been able to move the country from that particular state up to a point now, Mr. Speaker, where we are stable, where we are going to the market, where even global ranking institutions are beginning to paint a positive outlook, Mr. Speaker, of our economy. And you just find people here say, oh, hey, this and that is not right. Mr. Speaker, in fact, it was a mistake. Even on the part, I want to fold the office of a speaker, Mr. Speaker, because in our standing orders, you cannot discuss the conduct of a friendly head of state without a substantive motion. It's in our standing orders, Mr. Speaker. Yet I have seen people discuss friendly nations and the local matters in that particular country, Mr. Speaker, with wanton recklessness. That should not be the case. Senator Cherargei tried, Mr. Speaker, to bring it to the attention of the Speaker when that matter first showed up this afternoon, when we had the visiting delegation from Uganda, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, maybe the way in which he sought the attention of the Speaker was not impressive enough, and the Speaker reserves the right of whether to allow one to make their point or not, but it is not proper. And many senators need to be acquiesced themselves with our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, that do not allow that kind of a behavior, Mr. Speaker. Even this issue that people are talking about of what happened today, that, oh, you are hosting rebels, this or the other. Kenya is a proud member of the international community. Many times, people rush here when their countries are in conflict, Mr. Speaker. The same people that are faulting us and saying, why did you allow Besigye to be picked and they are lifted from Nairobi, today have a problem that part of the faction that is warring in Sudan is here in the country. So which is which? If you want us to lock the country to anybody that is under siege in their own country, Mr. Speaker, then let that be your stand. But you cannot on one hand say that you need to keep this one here, but the other one you need to release. Kenya, over the years, has made significant contribution to regional stability, including almost every other East African country, Mr. Speaker, that every other time they've had conflict, people have negotiated here. I want to believe that part of negotiation, Mr. Speaker, includes allowing the warring parties, Mr. Speaker, to have access to your country. Who says if one of the entities has come and pitched tent here, Mr. Speaker, that we support whatever they are doing? We are a proud member of the international stage, Mr. Speaker, and I know for a fact that when people seek to either congregate here or find a safe haven if they feel unsafe in their country, there are millions of refugees that continue to ply their trade, Mr. Speaker, or make a living in this country as they go about their business. You remember even the issue of DRC a few months ago, where when DRC protested and said, why did you allow so-and-so to speak? Our answer was plain and simple. This is a free country. When people come here, they enjoy the rights. This is a country where you insult even the president and nobody does anything about you. So it will be very difficult for us to reserve and say only Kenyans are allowed certain rights and foreigners are not permitted of the same, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to request the colleagues that want to do an evaluation of Kenya's performance on the diplomatic stage to perhaps present a substantive motion, come before the Senate Standing Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, Mr. Speaker, and raise the issue that they have. But to reduce such an important motion, you know, Mr. Speaker, where you find you want to score cheap points and appear as if you're the one who's most knowledgeable, you know, on these matters which you are ill-prepared to comment about, because the things that you're speaking for, if people who understand things better listen to you, they cringe in their seats because they are wondering who elected this one. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with colleagues that there are matters, I said this in the morning when I was moving this motion, that there are things that should divide us. We can surely have difference of opinion when it comes to matters local politics. But when shall we ever grow and mature politically to appreciate that, for example, when a Kenyan shows up at the international stage, Mr. Speaker, then they represent our flag. They represent us as an entire people. If you're not a candidate in that particular exercise, competing with them, Mr. Speaker, then the least that you can do, look away if you don't like that particular person. At least at the very worst, Mr. Speaker, just keep quiet. But if you are a patriot, take time to celebrate them and lend their support, Mr. Speaker. But not to do the kind of things that we saw being done when the Prime Minister was making his run, touring African countries. There are people who posting pictures when President said, oh, today I had dinner with former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Odinga. You go to the comment sections, Kenyans are even more than citizens of that particular country with their stupid tribal politics, Mr. Speaker, importing it all the way to the international stage. And then you find leaders here in this house trying to justify that, oh, yeah, let people express themselves. Express what? Ignorance. Mr. Speaker, leadership also involves telling people that this is not right, that we don't agree with you in this particular. Why are you a leader then? I thought a leader, part of your duty, is also to show the way in certain matters that you're well prepared for. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate those that understood the spirit of this motion and took their time to critically evaluate and celebrate that a Kenyan, a prominent one, an eminent one at that, Mr. Speaker, gave a good account of himself on the international stage, and now people know better about Kenya and our credentials. I did mention, Mr. Speaker, that it is okay for people to have their opinion. But you know, the most ignorant of the lot, Mr. Speaker, are the ones that have tried to reduce this conversation to be about the evaluation of President William Ruto. He was not a candidate there. Prime Minister Raila Odinga himself said it on that night on the 15th, that there is nothing that the government of Kenya led by President William Ruto stopped at or withheld in terms of support in his candidature. And he said, I appreciate that about this. So who else can come here and tell us, oh, you know, this was not done right, this should have been this way or the other? If the candidate himself appreciates that the country did everything that was humanly possible, and we only ended up losing because elections are what they are. Sometimes people choose not to see or appreciate issues the way you perceive them. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let it go on record that this House appreciates the decent run, the good presentation at the international stage of this eminent Kenyan, that there are lessons that the country has learned, so that in future, because there will be other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, who will show up at the international stage looking for employment opportunities, either in global institutions, Mr. Speaker, or even at the UN, Mr. Speaker. And there are things that we can surely do better as a country. I want to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the supporter of this motion, Senator Moses Kajwang, because it is he who reminded us that with this negative energy, very soon we will transfer it even to matters like sports, things which ordinarily have always united us. That you'll find Harambee Stars playing, and because maybe there's a certain player that you don't like, or this or the other, Mr. Speaker, then you'll find people, you know, either cheering the other country or wishing ill fate on our own team. We must nip it at the bud while it is still early, Mr. Speaker, and be able to tell each other. You know, the other day, Mr. Speaker, we laid to rest celebrated veteran journalist Leonard Mambo Mbotela. It is on such matters that he will ask, Je, hu ni ungwana? Is this really decent of us, Mr. Speaker, to continue to do these kind of things? Therefore, I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by expressing the three things that this motion intended to do when we set it out this morning, which is, one, to express the thanks of the Senate to the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, to appreciate that he gave a good account of this country, that this Senate notes that despite the fact that he may not have won, Mr. Speaker, that it was not because of anything in his own capacity, but given that this was a competition and there were other judges, Mr. Speaker, that they may have held different views. But as a country, we are proud of him and the work that he was able to do. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is to record the thanks of this House to His Excellency the President William Ruto for stepping up, Mr. Speaker, and ensuring that a man whom they fiercely competed in the last presidential election and was separated on only by barely 200,000 votes, Mr. Speaker, enjoyed the support and the full backing of the government of Kenya with no restraint, Mr. Speaker. And that is what a decent country should do, because this is an important job. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded, I saw last weekend another member of parliament from the National Assembly. I don't want to take him seriously anyway. I think he's the MP for Juja or something. I don't want to take him seriously because I read elsewhere, I don't know if it is true, that the only document that gentleman has is a driver's license. Therefore, the kind of things you're saying about, I don't know how much was spent, is expected of such characters, Mr. Speaker. But the point is, Kenya should not have held back.
Leader of Majority,
yes.
I may as well remind you that the said member has since recorded a statement before the police and has been charged before court.
No, today he was charged for forgery, not for the misleading comments that he said about what Kenya did, I don't know, in the candidature. Apart from having a driver's license, probably, which is also maybe forged, Mr. Speaker, probably even the other documents, that is what the court will be told later on, that we record appreciation to the President for the kind of support that was accorded to Prime Minister Raila by the Republic of Kenya. Third and final, Mr. Speaker, is that the Senate of the Republic of Kenya record a congratulation to His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf on his election as the chairperson of the Commission, AUC Commission, on Saturday, 15 February 2025. We are true Democrats, Mr. Speaker, and even though we competed and it was intense and difficult, the winners eventually have their say. And therefore, because we are part of this African continent, Mr. Speaker, we will have to work with him. I pointed out earlier that, for example, the President is leading the reform exercise on the AU, Mr. Speaker. And part of the things that he'll have to achieve will include working with this gentleman. Much as we felt very bad that he grabbed the trophy that we so desperately needed, Mr. Speaker, we still congratulate and wish him well because his success is the success of Africa. The success of Africa is the success of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we should take such moments to celebrate them, much as we may disagree with him on many of the things. The only thing that perhaps maybe I will point out as a simple measure of courtesy, Mr. Speaker, is to be gracious even in victory, Mr. Speaker, because I saw a video. Probably maybe the people that did the translation may not be honest. I'm aware that we live in the information age and sometimes not everything is accurate. I saw a video of him somewhere back home in Djibouti alongside his president, and he said certain things that perhaps didn't sit well with the rest of us as a country. But who knows? It could be the wrong translation. Since I don't speak Arabic, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to bear witness, but I want to believe that that gentleman will serve the continent of Africa and celebrate and do all the things that we need to do. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish to end it at that and celebrate what has been achieved and said this afternoon. The various unhelpful comments notwithstanding, but many colleagues, 90% of the people that spoke actually stayed on tune. Apart from the usual, Mr. Speaker, that you'd expect in any political conversation, I still appreciate that many people rose to the occasion and appreciated what this motion was about. It was just about celebrating an eminent Kenyan, appreciating the president, and congratulating the eventual winner. The long and short of all these things that have been said this afternoon were about those three things, which I believe have been ably done by members of this House using whatever form of shade and color that they have said. With those many comments, many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 66.3, I beg to request that the deferring of the question be held to a later date. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.